Warning. This video contains super awesome content not suitable for people who don't enjoy super awesomeness. Viewer discretion advised.
Welcome to Viewer's Choice. Your selection is about to begin. But first, take a look at what else you can see this week.
Hey, dudes, inviting you to travel through time. First stop, a long layover at the video store.
Bogus.
Wait, you've got Viewer's Choice.
Excellent.
Hello, you rotten little bloodsuckers.
America's most populars now get extra value. $12.50 cash back.
Rise and shine, Mr. Freeman. Rise and shine.
I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. What? Say what it is.
Let's get out of here! Like now!
When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons! What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day and thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons.
This is my ship, the Nebuchadnezzar. This is the core. We broadcast our pirate signal back into the Matrix.
Welcome to the Nebuchadnezzar with your hosts, Anesto Morado, the double-headed coin, and your co-host, Pablo Morado, the Thunderbolt. Together, we are the Paramid Podcast.
Have a nice day.
The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world.
manifestation methods that you could be doing today to use this magical new moon energy. But I will always refer back to the scripting method.
Welcome to the most banned podcast on the internet with your hosts, Anesto and Pablo Morado.
Welcome to the most banned podcast on the internet with your hosts, Anesto and Pablo Morado! Welcome to the most banned podcast on the internet! Tonight, we got amazing news tonight about what's going on in the world today. Some things about Thanksgiving, some interesting news about UFOs and aliens and reptilians. Got some reptilian news for you. For those folks that were looking for the more ancient alien methods and practices of the hidden hand, this is going to be the podcast for you. We are episode 110, folks. 110 episodes in. And for those that were, complaining about, our quality or, that we kept getting banned and all the things that we do, my message to you is...
about podcasting, you got to do all the stuff yourself.
Damn right.
Go ahead, buddy. Do it.
Yep.
Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and spend the money. And go, how much does AdSense make money at the beginning? Not a lot.
That's right. That's right. If you don't like the way we're doing our best on a shoestring budget, if you don't like it, then go ahead and do it, buddy. We challenge you. We're 110 episodes in, and I'm telling you, it's not an easy feat to do this every single week, to carve out time, to do the research, to put it up for everyone to see, to put your personality, your opinions out there. I mean, even if it's, because what we talk about is controversial, if you feel like it's not good enough, we're doing our best, folks. We're doing our best. But we'll start off, because if you do feel like it's not good enough and you want us to do better and you want the podcast to get better, what we have to say to you folks out there is hit it, Anesto. That's right. Go ahead and donate so that we can increase the quality of the podcast, increase the stream quality, iron out the bugs. So please go and donate.
Lo sabía que era otra pregunta. Tú nunca te quedas ahí, ¿no? Siempre con el dinero.
I'm saying, how you think a nigga's supposed to get this shit? This shit money don't grow on trees, shit don't fall out of the sky, nigga.
Come on, man.
Please deposit. I'm saying, how you think a nigga's supposed to get this shit? This shit money don't grow on trees, shit don't fall out of the sky, nigga.
It does not. It does not fall out the sky, folks. We need your help.
It certainly does not fall out the sky. Welcome everybody to the Paramid podcast. This is unscripted.
That's right.
I want to spring this on Anesto, on Pablo right now. We are 110 episodes deep.
That's right.
And for good or for bad, we're not stopping.
Right.
But I want to take at least 10 minutes of our intro at the beginning of the show to go through our followers and give them shout outs, because you deserve it for tuning in. First of all, let's check out Instagram.
All right. So just bear with me, folks.
We've been growing little by little. We follow no one. And I just want to take this time to thank our followers. We have a big following. Believe it or not, coming from down south, way down south.
Bolongo. That's right. If you're following and you're not donating or contributing to the cast, We appreciate you, but you are
Yes, you are. But if you are a follower and you are contributing, which there's a lot of you that, contribute little video clips and stuff of that nature, and this is one of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
so here we go. This is our Instagram, and we've been steadily increasing. We are 1,746 followers.
Artículo número 1. No le des plata.
So here's some of our newer followers here. We appreciate all those that decided to like and follow the cast. I mean, old man still got it. We thank you. Joao Luis, or is that Joao? Joao Luis Bandera Lima. We thank you for following. Fec Cabral, Fernanda Cabral, we thank you. Celia Gomez, George Scaff Jr., we thank you. Natalia, Sydney Batista, we thank you. Andrea Casson, Ty Juris, Alicia Lorenzo, Artan Veras, and much, much more. We thank you all for following. We'll try to get everybody in. It's been a journey, and you've been with us in this journey.
Can you see who has contributed something?
I can definitely check to see. So let's see who sent us some messages, some DMs. Of course, we got the biggest verduga of the cast, Miss China Ayamali Vasquez. But nobody is. Let's see. Tencia. Let's see. What's this here? Doesn't look like anything here. I mean,
What about Melania? Melania Araujo.
We've been mentioned in their story, but we've been mentioned in a few stories. But
what about T. Bali? No, he didn't.
Mentioned us in their story. A lot of people mention us in the stories, which is nice. We appreciate it.
So this is for you. This is for all you viewers who stuck it through, has not dropped us.
What's this here? Oh, the swamp. What's really going on with the UAP narrative? Okay, let's look at this. It says free ebook. The Alien Note will take Bitcoin's lunch. Just go to vocal.media, join for free, and then search Alien Note. It says Face on Mars Proven Artificial. Free ebook, Face the Martian Artifacts. Just go to vocal.media. Join for free, then search Full Disclosure is Imminent. And if I click on this tab here, let's see what it says Swamp. Oh, okay, interesting. So it looks like
what's really going on with the UFO and UAP?
Swamp. Okay, this is interesting. Yeah, what's really going on with the UFO UAP narrative? It says here, is a fake alien invasion orchestrated by world governments a possibility? They could easily fake an alien invasion based on what is known about our world governments and what they hide from the masses, but it's not likely to happen unless things got really bad economically within multiple countries. Why would they stage a fake alien invasion? Most likely to regain control under a one world government.
I've stated that before.
Intervention of this magnitude is not likely to happen unless it's a last resort. Things would have to be really bad already before the powers that be, these people really understand who we are about, would work this narrative unless they were actually trying to cause a full economic collapse and reset at the same time.
Staging a fake alien invasion could benefit world elites if the most powerful world governments lost control of their people. This scenario would look very bad, and I am sure no one would want this to happen. The richest and most powerful people in the world, the elites, of course, have been known to loan money to governments in the past in certain situations. This could happen again because of the real foundation of our economy now exists as a house of cards. It's more likely to happen as a way of regaining control after a loss of control. As long as things are still humming along okay, with just a few problems here and there, like it has been without any major wars, they are still in control. That's the way we want it. COVID.
They want it.
That's the way they want it. That's right. The cuco, so we don't get blasted on YouTube, is more likely propaganda than a real problem. So at this point, they have no reason to force some kind of reset yet. Our supply of energy could become a real problem if better choices are not made. I would really refer you
to a podcast that says it all. Doomberg, all crises that lead to the Great Reset.
All right, so let's give this guy some fanfare for providing some content.
That's right.
This is what we are looking for.
Yes.
Let's save this website
and
so that we can refer to it.
Yes, absolutely. And we'll dig into that. But thank you, Mr. Paul, Space, and Sci-Fi for contributing to the cast. Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. So being that we're doing firsts.
But before we go, I want
I'm not gonna go yet. Before we do, being that we're doing first, Anesto wasn't aware that this just came to me right now. I'm gonna go ahead and send this man a DM, and I'm gonna.
You read my mind.
And I'm going to tell him, thank you for sharing with us. Would you like to spend an hour with us on the podcast to talk about
Thank you for
UFO
sharing with
topic?
us. We would you like to
Spend an hour with us on the podcast to talk about the UFO topic?
And just to let you know, put that in.
Okay. And just to let you know,
you have reached, even better.
You have reached
Verdugo status on our show.
Within the Paramid podcast.
Keep on the good work.
Welcome you and keep on what was it?
Keep on the good work.
And keep doing the good work you do. There we go. And sent. Well, thank you. Hopefully, we might hear some from more of Paul, Space, and Sci-Fi. And we appreciate all those, and we'll take more time, like you said, 10 minutes within the beginning of the cast, just so that we can highlight stories like this. And who knows, you might get yourself
acknowledge our Bobolongos and Verdugos, and we don't acknowledge the Wellepus.
Oh no, you had to mention the Wellepu.
Shame. 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 Shame.
Gesundheit.
Shame.
Oh, you know it's impolite to sneeze into your hand and then dine on the contents.
All right, so with that out of the way, I wanted to just jump right into this video.
Okay, but before we start that, I'm going to get our timer going.
All right. Well, while you're getting that going,
that you did before November 5th. And you have the same purpose that you did. Don't you ever let anybody take your power from you. You have the same power that you did before November 5th. And you have the same purpose that you did.
So Kamala Harris is a little bitter, clearly. And,
I think it's more than bitter. It seems to me that something's going on in her life. There's rumors that have been bubbling through social media and through the mainstream that I think she's having some kind of marital problems with her husband.
Well,
not that we care. That's your business.
That could be. And you know what? It's funny that you're bringing that up because I have a clip here, but I'm that's going to tie that in with marital problems because Kamala Harris is not the only person that had marital problems. Apparently, I was listening to another one of our favorite podcasts, which is the No Agenda Show. And one of their followers wrote in, which we encourage, write into your individual stories of what's been going on. And we'll do exactly that. We'll read what you what you sent to us on air. Now, what he revealed was quite striking, simply because Donald Trump won the election. Now, this is interesting because a lot of people have been hearing, about the whole Trump. Oh, bless you. The Trump derangement syndrome. Bless you.
Thank you.
The Trump derangement syndrome. And here's an example of the Trump derangement syndrome right here.
Stolen. He's an illegitimate president. He's an illegitimate president. Pretending to be president.
Why do you think the president is going to such great lengths to essentially prove that he beat you?
Because he didn't.
1/3 of Clinton supporters say Trump election is not legitimate.
I think he's an illegitimate president that didn't really win.
You are absolutely right. You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee. And you can have the election stolen from you.
The 2016 election was stolen. Got a nicer way to say that?
Say Russia hacked the election.
Russia hacked our election.
Russia hacked our elections.
A little louder, please.
Russia hacked our election. That was a 9/11 scale event.
This was a kind of cyber 9/11.
Cyber 9/11.
Yes.
Russia hacked our election.
Russia, of course, hacked our election here.
Half of Clinton's voters believe the conspiracy theory that Russia hacked election day votes.
We know that they were into voting rolls. Actual interference with the elections themselves. We know it happened.
Despite no credible evidence, 67% of Democrats believe Russia tampered with vote tallies.
Hacking the U.S. election. Hacking the U.S. election. Russia hacked our election.
The Russians hacked our election.
Russia hacked our election.
Russia hacked our election.
Russian hacking of our election. Hacking of our.
So
it's fascinating. That clip is fascinating. It's a proof without any measure of a doubt that we have short-term memory.
Yes, absolutely.
Because if you play this clip, I like you did, of November 30th, 2024, people are gonna say that's AI. That couldn't have been the Democrats. No. That's how quick we forget.
Yes. And then when Donald Trump says that they stole the election and actually has some real reasoning and rationale behind it, where they took him off Twitter, they took him off socials, they took him, they had a laptop that was supposedly deemed by how many FBI agents that it was, misinformation, which ended up being true. All these different things that were being shadow banned and withheld, and then
which could have affected the outcome.
And then when you throw
of the 2020 elections,
for sure, and then when you throw in COVID in the mix, Google in the mix, you get more censorship. Nobody can talk about solutions, not even the president himself. They make him look like a buffoon, even though this was a novel virus that he was simply looking for some answers. He was speaking out loud, and yet they demonized him for it.
He was brainstorming,
right?
As everybody was.
As everybody would, right? So, but I mean, throughout the 4 years he was president, it was just demonized.
And
so,
aside from that, a lot of people don't kind of like shove this under the rug. But as of 2023, early 2024, or as a matter of fact, during the summer, I believe, of 2024, it was revealed that the FBI was pressuring social media platforms to censor certain types of information, such as now I'm getting a brain freeze, but such as the laptop of Hunter Biden,
right,
and other anybody who spoke, against the elections with credible information. The FBI was really pressuring social media platforms such as Facebook, because I believe Mark Zuckerberg came out and said it.
Yeah,
he said,
"Yeah,
I was pressured to take things off,
of course,
the internet,
and
especially
the Twitter files.
When it came out to COVID."
Here
the
we go.
Cuco.
Yes, you got to be careful because.
Pues ya da pau. Ahí. Pow.
Absolutely, that word, even though the pandemic is sort of behind us, it's still like a taboo word.
Yes, especially since we broadcast on socials. But we're weaving here, so let me weave it back. This clip that I'm going to bring up, that again comes from the No Agenda show. One of the reasons why I want to bring up this clip at all is because what they say at the end of this clip. And one of the things that we were doing while everyone was enjoying their Thanksgiving, Anesto and I was brainstorming. And we had the pleasure of having my sister, the King Clairvoyant, with us. And she is an influencer herself and is monetizing and does that as her full-time gig. So
profession.
Yeah. Exactly.
I do a thing called a weave. And there are those that are fair that say, this guy is so genius. And then others would say, oh, he rambled. I don't ramble. If I saw the story, what you do is you weave things in.
You weave things in and out. So that being said, the reason I'm going to play this clip is because one of the things that we were discussing during Thanksgiving with King Clairvoyant is, who is our target audience and what is the objective of this podcast, right? And I think one of the objectives that we have, it's not necessarily something that we thought of when we came up with this podcast, because essentially we started this podcast, and we'll say it again, because those of you out there have been listening to our conversations, our private conversations as father and son, and kept telling us, you should start a podcast. So, well, you know what? We took your advice.
And let me
you should start a podcast.
You guys are interesting. You guys should really start your own podcast. I would listen.
Right. Where are you?
But I want to stipulate one thing.
Uh-huh.
When it comes to my daughter, King Clairvoyant, you, my middle child, and my youngest, were subjected, to different types of conversations and different types of programming when it comes to radio shows, which initially, unbeknownst to me, kind of put all three of my children on their own trajectory. Now, saying that, it doesn't necessarily mean that King Clairvoyant and my little one are of like minds with me, because they have their own way of thinking.
Oh, yeah.
They have their own minds.
But you can hear that even I, too, because there's things that I bring up
that me and you disagree on.
Like the whole vaccine thing, or the medical field as a whole. We've had some debates here and there.
Absolutely.
So
they, even though they are my children and they were subjected to some different types of topics that you don't hear on the kitchen table,
in most households.
But they have their own opinions and they have their own minds. And I would say they disagree with a lot of the content on the Paramid podcast. But again, we do come to middle ground when it comes to others.
Which leads me right back to the main thought that I was getting at. Because my sisters, again, disagree because they don't see things per se from our lens, right? They haven't seen things that we've discussed here on this podcast. As a matter of fact, they don't even tune in, right? So they have no idea what we speak about. But
that's no knock on them.
No, not at all. But the reason I bring it up is because that is the goal, to get people like my sisters who are on different wavelengths, have an open mind, and open their eyes to the broader picture at play here, and release some of the lens of some of these sheeple, because I'm not calling my sister sheeple. I'm saying that there's a lot of sheeple out there, and there's people that are on the left that are open-minded, but now are kind of left without a home, right? They've been, they had this lens about the world around them, but now they feel like the left has left them. It's hard to put it another way, but like the left has gone so radical, politics-wise, that they feel like it's not really reflective of them. So, and then there's people on the right that also think that as well. We are like in the middle, and we are here to educate. We're here to give our opinion and as much learn in this podcast alongside you.
Absolutely. And we do encourage
debate
and disagreement.
Yes.
And your skeptical views.
Yes. And different opinions.
We're not going to knock you for it. I
mean, we want to hear it, in fact.
I've been locked into a very solid debate with one of our viewers, who happens to be one of my childhood friends that I grew up, going to school with. And he is on his own journey, and he disagrees with me I would say, on 80% of the topics that I discussed on this podcast. But I recently posted my dismay on what New York has become. I was just there.
You were having a good day.
Yeah, and it's, in my opinion, it's really at a boiling point for many reasons. Reason number one, it's really overcrowded. New York City, I don't know what they're going to do with everybody who's there, but the homelessness is evident. The overpopulating of certain towns, like where my mother is, I felt like there are more cars than there are people.
But of course, because those houses were single family homes that converted into multifamily homes. So we had one car per family, or maybe two. Now you have 4 or maybe 8, because maybe 2 people have their own cars.
Right.
So now you have 8 cars for one home that's occupying the same space. So yeah, but of course.
And then, you know,
and it was bad before. Let me tell you, when we were living there, it wasn't easy to find parking. You would find it, but it wasn't easy to find parking.
You had to like circle blocks upon blocks upon blocks to get a space. Now, what would be a half hour to an hour waiting period now can turn into 3 hours.
Or longer.
Or even longer. Or you just give up and go and maybe park somewhere, you know, about 2 miles away and then Uber it home.
Well, maybe, you know, in that area.
Even double parking is coming to my part of town. And not only that.
Park in LaGuardia.
There's also another component. A lot of illegal immigrants are there. A lot of them think that they're back home. So them jaywalking in, they just removed jaywalking as a crime in New York City. Or as a misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor, yeah.
Or whatever the case is, these immigrants think that they're back home where they can just run across the street even though cars are coming. So I noticed
asking for a problem.
Yeah, I noticed that, you know, there's kind of like a sense of entitlement. You know, you're in the middle of traffic, and I had one a lady, and I guess that was her husband, just decided to cross the, you know, in the middle. It wasn't in front of me, but the guy in front of me almost hit her, and she got upset and was waving her hand like, you got to stop. Ma'am, in the United States, we have rules.
Right.
There are corners that you stand on so that there is a crosswalk there. So not only did I see lots of jaywalking,
which is a common problem in New York.
But now it's exacerbated by the immigrant component. Then I saw, which is astonishing, food trucks until the eyes can see. And I don't know how regulated these food trucks are. Not that, you know, not that I care, but as a former business owner, it's kind of disheartening that these people are not subjected to the scrutiny of a guy who owns a brick and mortar place and has to abide by the Food Administration laws.
Well, yeah, that's one of the things I love about New York City, and that you don't find that here in Western Massachusetts. Is there a food inspection grading system? Because, you know, in New York City, you can walk around, and if you see a restaurant has a B rating, no thanks. I'm not a B. I mean, a B is like in terms of school grades. A B is a passing, but the B means there's some kind of filth and nastiness that I don't want that.
And you know what can earn you a B real quick?
What?
That
Roaches?
is, well, of course, vermin is gonna get you a B real quick because you're obviously not doing your due
Sanitary,
diligence.
you're not washing your
Right.
hands or something
But
like
now you said washing your hands. One of the big things that can get you a B grading is if you don't have any running hot water to sanitize your utensils with and clean your hands with. Now, my question is, because I don't know, maybe somebody out there knows who's listening, do these food trucks have hot running water? Which I doubt.
I doubt it.
So not only are you subjected to that, but then you see that these food trucks have nowhere to put their garbage, so it's mounting, on the side of their trucks, dribbling over. You see them place plastic bags, which evidently the rodents are going to get into. So, and not only did I see that,
Well,
but I also
here's
saw
an answer.
Yes, food trucks are generally required to have hot running water to meet health and safety regulations. The hot water system is crucial for washing hands, cleaning utensils, and maintaining sanitary food preparation practices. Specific requirements can vary by location, but health departments often enforce the following. 1. Water supply. Food trucks must have an adequate supply of potable water. 2. Hot water heater. A functioning water heater capable of delivering water at the required temperature, typically at least 110 degrees Fahrenheit or 43 degrees for hand washing.
Yeah.
I don't know how many of the food trucks have that. And if I were to make an educated guess, maybe about 30% of the food trucks abide by that law. But aside from that, food trucks until the eyes can see. I'm a foodie, so that would be a plus for me if they are practicing the proper.
Right. They have the same standards of the food grading system as every other restaurant. in there.
Right. But then now we come into the whole component of prostitution.
Oh man, you saw that?
I did see that, women standing in front of certain businesses, handing out cards, and the transgender community is strong on Roosevelt Avenue. And they're out there, even in the cold, flaunting.
Wow.
These outfits that are not a little bit, but they're like lewd.
Oh, we got incoming.
That's not important. That's so. There's a lot of things that I put it in the post. Not only do you have overpopulation, we have now a red light district, which is happening right in front of the cops.
Wow.
We have these food trucks, people running in front of cars. I saw families eating outside in the cold. Like, do they have a home? Is this a thing that they do?
Oh my God.
It's just different from where I grew up in my old neighborhood.
Wow.
But because I put that post, I was labeled as that I have hatred. I got hatred in my heart.
Oh, you put that on what, Facebook?
I put it on Facebook and I put it on Instagram.
Because we've had some issues broadcasting from your Facebook today. It looks like Facebook had gave you a pow.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We have to do some more investigation, but they just weren't allowing us to broadcast to your channel.
Is that happening now? We're not able to broadcast now?
We're not on your Facebook. So right now we're on Twitch as an alternative and on our YouTube and Instagram.
So they gave me a pow.
Yeah.
Is there any way we can research what happened live?
Well, live might be a little bit complicated. We don't want to get further pop-outs from the other platforms here. But,
well, I'm telling you, people gave me grief.
Well, that's so again, we've weaved in and out of the what I'm trying to get us to. So again, all this was to
you have to profession.
Yeah.
I call it, I do a thing called a weave.
Yes.
And there are those.
So we were weaving in and out here, and basically I was preparing us for this clip. Now, one of the things that, again, because we're on the week of Thanksgiving, we were discussing with my sisters and some other folk about the podcast over dinner and post dinner as we were having our stoves after dinner. And one of the things that we were attempting to understand is, what's the purpose and what's the rationale or the call to action of this podcast. What is the mission of this podcast? And again, I brought it back to, we didn't start this podcast for any mission whatsoever. We start this podcast because you out there told us to start it. So we did. We're 110 episodes in, and now we're like, okay, how do we monetize so we can provide a better cast for those out there that are wanting to watch us?
But let me add to that. Not to do that weave that Trump does.
I'm trying to get to this clip, so
all right. But I just want to make this statement. People like to fact check, and fact checked our show.
Mm-hmm.
These are our opinions.
Right.
We are never saying by 100% of a measurable doubt that what we're saying is what it is. Many times we have conspiratorial points of view, and we also
but what we discern, because what we're doing here is we pull up news, we pull up articles and give our opinion based on these, but we are referencing true facts. We are referencing things that are available on the internet. We are referencing real stories, real news. So although a lot of it,
we put our spin on it, which is our God-given right as per the Constitution.
I mean, there's a whole page of back when newspapers were a thing. There was an opinion page. That's what we are. We're a columnist. We're the opinion. We deconstruct the current events, the conspiracies, and the paranormal phenomenon that's been going around, and give our opinion and our insight on that.
Well, what I was getting at before you play that clip is you fact check us, because we're a little rinky-dink podcast existing, on a very minute level on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have big conglomerates such as ABC, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, CNN.
Where's their fact check?
Which they lay some bombs out there,
right,
as fact, and you guys swallow it, and you guys will even go as far as taking a bullet for it.
Okay, perfect. No, stop right there. That's perfect. All right, so listen to this clip. This was
now this was unscripted. I don't know what the hell he's gonna play.
Yeah, so what you just said is perfect. So listen to this clip. This was a producer, which is a listener to the No Agenda podcast. Take a listen.
Dan says, well, I'm going to be homeless for Thanksgiving and Christmas because he came home from work and there was a note taped to the back door, and I shall share it with everybody. Dan, you are no longer the person I fell in love with. You let hateful cult leaders brainwash the humanity out of you. Since you voted for a rapist, felon, fraud, and tyrant, I no longer want to share my home with you. Please find somewhere else to live by Christmas. Your vote for that orange piece of shit tells me that you think all women, including me, are second-class citizens, don't deserve autonomy over my own body and choices. You betrayed me, Alana, Olivia, and your own daughter by supporting that misogynist, rapist, pedophile. You betrayed Randy with your vote. You know he's gay, and yet you voted for a proven homophobe to lead this country. You voted for a racist a-hole who has no respect for veterans. He calls you suckers and losers. How can you justify a vote for someone that does this? You voted for someone who only embodies hate. Since that's the person you think should lead our country, then I no longer know who you are, and I can't spend the rest of my life with you. I have purchased a new refrigerator before that orange a-hole puts tariffs on everything, and yes, tariffs means that we will have to pay more for things. All you stupid mag hats fell for his lies. If you want to remove that part you replaced and return it, you need to do so before Wednesday. Please find somewhere else to be on Thursday. There will be no Thanksgiving here, and I'd like to have the day alone.
I'm sorry for laughing. But wow, talk about media brainwashing. The media, this is why this show that we do exists.
Exactly. We got the. So this is why this show exists.
Wow. So check, what happened to that gentleman who is now thrown out of his home for his vote, right?
Happened to me with my cousin.
Happened to me with my friend.
We've been together. We've been friends and family since diapers.
How can you let politics? How can you let politics rip away at your family values? It's ludicrous. Everybody has an opinion.
To get divorced over who you voted for, that is...
Let me give you this story as we're at the end of this segment.
Yes.
Let me give you this story related to me by one of our verdugos, the Warlock. He goes to work one day. Now, the Warlock, he's an over-the-road trucker. He goes up and down the 95 corridor from Jacksonville, Florida, all the way down to the tip of Miami. And, this is what he does for a living. So one day, a couple of days ago, he's off on this particular day. He gets a phone call from his supervisor and tells him, Warlock, you have to come in today because one of our truckers did not make it in. Because I hate to do this on your day off, but we need you. So the Warlock, reluctantly, because he had plans, but you have
like
to,
one of us,
you have to pay bills.
Right.
So he gets up, gets dressed, go to work. So when he gets to work, his supervisor tells him, I'm sorry for calling you in, but so-and-so did not make it to work, which is sort of odd because this is not something that he does. For his tenure here, over the years, he never just doesn't appear. He usually calls like you do and like a lot of people on this job does, and says, look, I have a situation, but we received no phone calls. He just didn't appear to work. So the Warlocks was like, hey, that's concerning. Could it be that maybe something's wrong? And the supervisor says, I've thought about that, and that could be a possibility, right? So the Warlock heads off to work, does his thing, covers for this guy, comes back. A day later, he is back at work to find out that this gentleman who missed work happened to have just passed away in his home.
Oh, wow.
At the age of 45.
Wow.
And they said the cause of his passing away was due to natural causes.
Wow.
Now, why do I bring this up?
Natural causes at 45?
At 45. It happens. There's sickle cell anemia, there's lupus, there's a myriad of diseases that can take your life at a very young age. And it's like Joe Rogan says, it's a miracle that we wake up every morning and do what we got to do when there's so many things hell bent on taking us from this mortal coil, right? But I bring this up to say this. This person did not know when that day would come. And you're going to squander this beautiful life that our omnipresent Lord has given us, the Creator. You're going to expand energy on this political rhetoric. You're going to lose friends. You're going to lose family members. You're going to deprive somebody shelter. Possibly deprive somebody a loan. Possibly deprive somebody from coming into your place of business because he has your political opponent's hat on. Life is too short for you to go into such a rhetoric mindset where you just choose one side, ride or die. This is politics. You look at Kamala, as disheveled as she looked in that
clip.
In that clip, she actually did I think it was a 5-minute thing, and everybody saw it. It was like, what's wrong with Kamala? Is she drunk? Whatever. And then on the other side, you have Trump, appointing people. Oh my God, this is the end. Dude, what's happening in the political world, we have some sense of control. Like, we vote these people in, we vote these people out. We can protest and give our perspective and our dismay and whatever that they're doing. But at the end of the day, it comes a point that you can't do nothing about it.
Right. There is nothing you can do. But, these people...
And are you going to ruin your life? Are you going to uproot your life over what's going on in politics when these people behind the scenes, and I've said this countless of times, and people seem not to get it. In politics, there is no permanent friends. 1. No permanent enemies. 2. The only thing that exists in politics is permanent interests. Whatever can fix each individual's politician's bottom line.
Right. And I think a lot of these people that have these strong opinions about politics spend zero time understanding what the hell is actually going on. They literally spend no brain cells onto what the Supreme Court does, what the judicial system. If you ask any one of these people, the 3 branches of government, they wouldn't know. If you ask them, all about who are some of these people that Donald Trump is appointing, for example, they wouldn't know what the hell what position, what they do. They don't know anything about it because they spend no time on it.
I'm one of them. Even my daughter was like, Dad, you don't get tired of listening to all the stuff that you listen to day in, day out. Every time I listen, I hear your room, either your television is playing some either Alex Jones or Joe Rogan. You don't get tired of that?
I don't.
I actually have to do what is called a palate cleansing, which I'll play music for about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Because even me, I get overwhelmed.
Well, I mean,
and the reason, but before you continue, I hate to cut you off, but the reason I say that is I think I'm a person that I'm sort of in the know with all the shit that I listen to on the radio and on podcasts and on social media. And all these appointments that Donald Trump, is putting, half of those people I never even heard of. I was like, who is that?
Right.
And what is that position? I didn't know that position existed. So me, a guy who is always listening to, pundits and podcasters and radio personalities, I don't know about these people or what is it that they
but
do.
The overall like thing that he's trying to do, understand
I got a basic.
At least you're putting time and attention to understanding
I got a basic understanding,
right?
But no one ever. I don't even think Donald Trump himself knows all the little intricacies of our government.
But there's a big difference between attempting to understand and not and covering the sun with your thumb.
Absolutely.
And not paying attention at all and saying and just hands off the wheel, and then you get upset that the car crashes, but you weren't attempting to put your hands on the wheel and direct the car in any way. You were just, whatever happens, happens. It's not whatever happens in front of the windshield, I don't want to pay attention to it. It's too stressful to pay attention. This is the vehicle that we live in is United States of America. And we have the option to put the hands on the wheel, and that is by voting. If you just sit out and don't pay attention, then I say, it's my opinion, but I would think that you don't have a reason to be upset because you didn't do anything.
You didn't participate in the process.
In the process, right. So, I mean, to break a relationship, a husband and wife, over who you voted for?
Dude.
I mean, come on. Do you not realize that Donald Trump has daughters of his own? And a wife of his own?
And not only that, don't you realize that when it's all said and done, these people behind the scenes are chit-chatting, they break bread with one another, they conversate, they debate, and they're not enemies. It's a game. It's a game.
Right.
Where, you got me there. I've seen it. I've been in the court system, when I was, being thrown out of my home because the landlord just decided I'm not going to pay mortgage anymore. And the hell with it. And then I had to go through the process of like, wait a minute. And, the whole housing court and all this shit. It's a very unsavory process. But what you see there, it is absolutely amazing. And it can open your eyes how lawyers, opposing lawyers on either side, they have lunch with each other. Mm-hmm. They're like, they they have lunch with each other, they break bread, and they'd be like, yo, how are we gonna approach this? And they
just watch My Cousin Vinny. You'll see that they have, I mean, in that movie, it's a movie, but there's a lot of that actually occurs. I mean,
you might think that your lawyer is ride or die my client, because he wants to win against the other guy.
Mm-hmm.
But even with the judges, these guys are like, friends with the judges, and you're thinking, oh, this guy is gonna really go hard for me. Look, at the end of the day, these people also have families. These people also want to go home. So if they have to like tunnel you through a verdict that is not what you want, so that they can get home and be with their families, they'll tunnel you. They're not gonna, it's a game.
Right.
So politics is the same way. It's a shame that people are snuffing out family members and friends because of their political views. Life is too. I see people weeping. Some of them are crocodile tears. Some of them are real. Bawling. Donald Trump lost. Won. Kamala Harris lost. My life, everything that I worked so hard for is going to evaporate.
Because a lot of women equate.
It's not going to evaporate
their livelihood. There's people that are saying that they're leaving the country.
And already some of them have. I believe Richard Gere says, oh, I'm leaving the country because Donald Trump won.
Good riddance.
But you know what? Is, in my opinion, fact check me or you're going to probably toss me off whatever platform. That, in my opinion, that's not true. He already had an idea. Let's try living in England. Let's move over there. It'll be kind of exciting living in. But now that this happened, he uses that to gain favor, to like use it, for his own advantage. This guy was leaving even if Kamala Harris lost. Come on. You're going to leave the United States? Brother, if you haven't lived...
Oh, no, they're going to get a taste of of what...
If you have not lived anywhere else but the United States, brother, you're in for a very big, eye-opening awakening. Nothing is like America. We can complain. I complain about New York, the overpopulation and the immigrants and the crime and all that. Go somewhere else.
Right.
And encounter a problem. You're not going to get due process the way you have it. And we are as corrupt as shit here. Let's not get it twisted. But
we're the best system that exists.
You go to England right now, right? And you say, bye-bye, American citizenship. I'm going to be a citizen of Great Britain, right? Now go on social media and say the royal family eats balls.
Oh, that's it.
You're done.
You're done for.
You're done. They will come to your door,
right?
And they will prosecute you. They will do something to you.
I mean, if I'm pretty sure people are aware of the medieval times and the Middle Ages, where England was known for their kings and queens, doing some heinous things in their dungeons or the gallows or the beheadings or the whatever. That all originates there. And if you think that they might be more elevated outside of that mindset, perhaps in one way there might be, but in another way, they're still the kings and queens of old.
It's a socialist country over there. You're not going to get the same due process.
Exactly.
No, you're not going to have the same entrepreneurial freedoms.
Why do you think people want to come here and break laws to get here?
This is God's country.
Right.
The United States is God's country. No matter who comes in and who comes out, the forefathers of this country, they got the right recipe on how to eliminate unsavory characters, and whatever it is, your life is not going. It's not like people are gonna go door to door. You're transgender, you're going into a FEMA camp. You're gay, you're going into a FEMA camp. You're this, you're going. Oh, you have descendants of illegal. You're going to, no, that's not gonna happen. Your life might change a little bit. You might have to pay higher taxes. You might have to deal with speed cameras. You might have to deal with red light cameras. You might move to a red state, and guess what? You're not experiencing the problem I'm having.
Right.
Which is passing a freaking inspection because of this ambiguous check engine light, which can mean anything. But that check engine light is going to require me to stick my car in a shop, and I'm at the mercy of this shop. He could tell me, whoa, you got a problem. It's going to cost you $1,500 if you want to inspect this car.
Right.
Or he could tell me, it was a little hose, $5.
Right.
I'm at the mercy, and I have to inspect my car. Florida, none of that. Texas, none of that.
Right.
So it depends where you live in the United States. Rules change. And I understand abortion is a big, big factor in this election. I believe that what Donald Trump, is saying, how true it is, I don't know, because in politics, you don't know what these people have in mind. But he says leave it up to the state. Let the state decide if they want abortion or not.
Right.
I'm of the faction that women have the choice over their body, and carrying a pregnancy to its term. But if you don't want that baby, either for medical reasons or you can't afford it or whatever, I believe you have the choice to do that under certain limits. There should be a time limit where if you go beyond that time limit, then I'm sorry, you waited too long. The baby is not fully developed. The baby has feelings. The baby has, I think they should come to terms when this happens and, abide by that. You have plenty, it's really easy to make these babies. They're a lot of fun making them. They're a blast. It's like, out of all the things that humans do for pleasure, making a baby is it's at the pinnacle, right? But you got responsibilities with that. You have to make sure that if you don't want to get pregnant, take the proper measures. If you're afraid that you did get pregnant and you don't want it, get yourself a kit and find out if you are, so that you have enough time to not let, this thing growing within you, this baby, have brain waves and all that, There's term limits. And I do have some conservative values within me, but I hover above all that. I'm not left, I'm not right. I hover above all that.
And, let's not digress too much into this really difficult topic to understand. I just feel like it is a woman's issue. Let the women sort it out. I mean, it shouldn't be part of, a man shouldn't have to be involved into it. I mean, there should be, just like there's a department or a surgeon general.
But this is not a man-woman thing, because there's a lot of women out there.
Well, the whole concept, the whole thing that women are voting for is their bodily autonomy, right? That's what they're fighting for. That's what they believe, that Roe versus Wade, the choice of what goes on with their own body.
Absolutely.
And I as a person, as a human being, am with you 100%. The problem is that when you're creating a new body, that same thing that you want for yourself, the ability to have domain and autonomy of your body should get passed on to another life as well. And the problem is discerning where the life it begins, where it doesn't, and
I think
it's a quagmire because at the end of the day,
I don't think we will ever know.
No, I think
when life is life.
I think we know. I think it's obvious. We know life is the moment of conception. Life is the minute you figure out that you're pregnant. You have that the reason you take a pregnancy test to find out if you have life growing within you.
Within you, absolutely.
So the minute you know you're pregnant, you already know you're dealing with life at that point.
But
now you're just dealing with using word semantics to kind of disqualify the life.
Yes, but
at the end of the day, if you left it alone, what does it turn into?
A baby.
Right.
But, there is also that quotient of when that baby becomes self-aware, when that baby has brain waves, when that baby suffers. So I think
self-aware is, I think that all that stuff is, that again, it veers into the course of, because if you go by self-aware, once you're born, are you really self-aware?
I believe you are. There are people, Terrence Howard is one of them.
Yeah, but that's a rarity. Most
it
people,
is a rarity, but
and if believed, because not a lot of people believe Terrence Howard either. But again, I think determining is semantics. It's word salad. At the end of the day.
But do you believe that there is a time limit where you can decide, I don't want this pregnancy, and there is that point of no return where you're like, damn, I missed my window. I have to have this baby.
I think the morning after pill is exactly the remedy to, if you're like, there might be a chance that you messed up, you have the morning after pill.
I'm all for that, and I'm all for
it's not flawless because it does have some side effects to the woman. But if you're going to go by, when, it's the best time, immediately, the morning after, take that, but once you know for a fact, and then you take a pregnancy test and it says you're pregnant, at that point, you're just dealing with, you're trying to kid yourself that, is it a life? Is it not a life? You know it's a life, and having two kids of my own, beforehand I would have been, okay, yeah, abort the baby, blah blah blah, because I was raised in the time period of the 90s, early 2000s that was very common. That's what people did. Women were feminists and women power and all of these things, and I was all for it. But now I have two kids, and it's just like, being through the entire process twice, they were life from the moment that they were a thought, that the moment that I saw that there was a line on the pregnancy test that said that my wife was pregnant.
I get
that
it.
Was that meant it's time to prepare. Time to prepare. I have another life coming. That was
I
life.
get it, but I'm for time limits.
But again, we're digressing.
There is life. The minute of conception, there is life, because if you would find that moment of conception, you would find that very same thing on Mars. It'll be the biggest.
Oh, the smallest petri dish of things, and that's life on Mars.
It'll be the biggest discovery
yes.
of humankind.
That's right. The smallest one single cell amoeba, that's life.
But that, I believe that under certain time limits, and you decide under that time limit to terminate, then you got to deal with that decision, with your creator.
I feel like, with your creator, you have to deal with
you
your
deal
own
with
faith.
it. You deal with it.
Deal with your own faith. I
And
feel
there's
like
a lot of things that we do that we might regret. Some people get tattoos.
Right. And again,
they remove it. But this cannot
I still
be
feel
removed.
like the person that should be the leader, the leader of the charge should be some strong woman, a Tulsi Gabbard type person who can kind of dictate how this works state by state or however. I don't think a man
Put it
really
in the
has
voters' hands,
much
state by
say in
state.
it. I mean, simply because we're not the ones, we're not the bringers of life. We're not the womb of life. So unfortunately, we can dominate.
Yeah, but we also have, because another thing that, believe it or not, I struggle with is, okay, and man, we're running long on this.
We're running
segment.
long.
But
That's why I'm trying to get us out of this topic.
I'm just gonna get this out. I'm just gonna get this out. Women have full autonomy over their bodies, and they can decide whatever.
I don't think there should be any debate on that.
But we have something to deal with it too. You might be the carrier of this life, but we are the spark of this life.
Right.
And just to completely just shun us from that decision, we also have, a stake in this thing, to just say, oh, what the man says is irrelevant. It's a complicated issue, but we also have a hand in it too.
Yes, but
we have a hand on it, for us, for men who are irresponsible, there should be some kind of penalty because, you're going in there. You cannot put all the blame on the women. And the women also say, well, it's not only us. They have something to do. But, okay, so if we made that mistake, we also should have a say in the fact that maybe, you shouldn't abort or whatever. We should at least have that platform where we can make.
That's why Donald Trump, this is exactly the purpose of why he took it out of the federal government's hand.
And
because
I agree.
This is too much of a complicated issue for him to be deciding on. He needs to be focusing on defending the United States, protecting our borders, making sure we don't get into World War III, making the economy right, doing all these other things, making sure we're healthy again, getting the military industrial complex under control, getting the industrial food complex under control. There's a lot of things that he needs to be focusing on.
This is why we have the name that we have. The United States of America.
Right.
It was built upon each individual state has their own way of governing themselves.
Upon which it stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Exactly. And with that said, shing. We're done with this topic.
And I brought it up before we move into our next segment, because you had mentioned that you fact checked you, so I did. A couple of celebrities that did leave the country because Donald Trump won the election. Barbara Streisand being one of them. Cher.
Cher left?
Yep. Sharon Stone. Ellen DeGeneres, we're hurting for Ellen DeGeneres to be staying here in the United States. Jokes and backtracking, doesn't say Amy Schumer, Whoopi Goldberg. It says here, that they backtracked. It says back in May, Trump lashed out in The View. Let's see. Years later, Trump ramped up over the years. Days after the Trump, doesn't say. Well, so a lot of these people, they claim that they were going to leave because Donald Trump. I mean, if you want to leave, go. So be it. I mean, America doesn't want you here because you don't want to be here. If you don't want to be like, the CEO of the company that I work for, he says it all the time, right? We have a standard of how this company runs. If you don't like it, there's 19 doors in this place. Get the fuck out. So go ahead. If you don't like it, get out. We don't want you. We want the people that want to be in America. If you don't want to be here, then go.
If Kamala Harris,
no one's keeping you here.
If
you want to go,
if Kamala would have won, I'm not leaving.
No.
But just real quick, Women's Day article. Richard Gere is leaving the U.S. and moving to Spain, and here's why.
Oh, there we go. So
when you think of the Pretty Woman star Richard Gere, you think Hollywood royalty. Oh, brother. This is why the idea of him not living in the United States is strange. In fact, the 75-year-old has never lived anywhere else, but the lure of love is strong. Richard has just sold his $16 million Connecticut home and announcing that he's moving to Spain, where his wife, Alejandra Silvia, is from.
Oh, okay.
Back in April, the former sexiest man alive, Jesus Christ, winner, opened up wanting to leave the U.S. as a start of life so she could spend more time with her relatives.
Okay.
So here we go. And everybody's putting the spin that he left because
of Donald Trump.
But
like you said in the beginning, he left because he wanted to leave.
He was leaving anyway.
Yes. And with that, it's time.
If I have, about $50, $60 million in my bank account, I would love to live somewhere else just for the experience.
I mean, how many of these people that have a house abroad? A lot of them. And with that, it's time for our next segment. It's time for the AM Show. That's right. It's time for the AM PM game show.
And this segment of our program is being brought to you by Paramid Supplements, and you can reach our store at paramid.store. Please shop through the site. Get the supplements you need. They're great supplements. We take them ourselves, as you can very well see.
That's right.
And I'm going to take one right here live.
On the cast. Actually, I need one of those. Throw me one of that. There we go. Yes, our Thrive, which is our Chaga mushrooms, folks. Great mushroom to have.
And for healthy people like me, I need some help and some thermal melt, which is a super fat burner. I take some of this as well.
Yes. So with that being said, it's time to get into our AM PM game show.
Welcome to the AM PM game show where
What happened here? Oh, okay. My apologies, folks. It's time for our AM PM game show.
Welcome to the AM PM game show where Pablo and Anesto Morado attempt to determine what is going on in a video found online. Using only their ears and their third eye, the host will make a guess on what is going on. If the host gets guesses correctly, they receive $20,000 of a fiat currency that no longer exists. So what do you say, folks? Shall we play a game?
is theater of the mind. Radio is theater of the mind. But radio is theater of the mind. It's imagination. It's imagination. Radio is theater of the mind.
That's right. That's right. It's theater of the mind. And this is the segment where if you can guess what is going on in this clip, we will get you with a free gift from one of us. So I'm going to play this sound clip, and you're going to guess what is going on in this clip. Are you ready, Anesto?
Let's do it.
All right, here we go.
One more time.
All right.
Okay. This guy is, from what I'm discerning here, he's about to move something that the person that has the reaction. Do it again. Do it again.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay, that person is moving either like a big pot of food or something valuable, and it crashes and breaks, and this woman is like, "Oh no, you broke this thing."
So somebody's moving a pot of like food or something and breaks it. Is that your final answer?
Yes.
All right, here we go. So I'm putting this up on screen for everybody to see here. All right. All right. So bear with me, folks. Putting this up on screen. All right, here it is.
Oh, no.
So what is going on in this clip?
This is something that could happen to anybody. You know, we have a lot of DIY people.
Yes.
And evidently this is one of them. They've decided that they're going to eliminate a wall in their kitchen, because this is something big that's happening all throughout the world, is this open kitchen concept.
Right.
You know, I was on board with that open kitchen concept until the warlock, you know, changed my mind. He's like, you know, it's nice having little sectors in your home, you know, because sometimes people are going to want to be in the kitchen, have their own little conversation, and then people want to be in the living room and having their own little conversation.
Right.
And that way one conversation does not bleed into
the
another.
other. Yeah, okay.
So this guy evidently eliminated a beam, and somebody on the other side is pushing this beam through, and then it just falls right in the middle of the kitchen and smashes one of the most precious kitchen appliances, which is the stove.
Right.
And breaks right through the oven door, oven glass door.
So I would say I could give you a half a point.
Bing.
Yeah. Because he was moving something.
Yes.
And glass did break.
And it did have to do with a kitchen. I said maybe a hot pot or something.
Yeah.
All right, so now it's my turn.
Yep.
This is the way this game works, folks. So, what is happening in this clip?
One more time.
This is one of your specialties.
Okay, one more time. One of my specialties.
Yeah.
I'm gathering. You saying that it's one of my specialties has got me.
Yeah, one of these convoluted clips. You're like, what the hell?
Oh, okay. So, what I gather is that I'm seeing a farm, and somebody's hitting maybe a horse or some kind of animal, and it starts running out of a barn or something like that. That's what I'm envisioning, and that will be my final answer.
All right, so I'll let you hear it one more time.
Yeah, I'm hearing hooves. I'm hearing maybe he smacked the bottom of some hoofed animal, a horse, a mule, a donkey, some kind of animal is involved here, and some kind of farm is involved.
Is that your final answer?
That's my final answer.
Okay, so if you go to the Trello, you will see smoke gets in your eyes.
Oh no, smoke gets in your eyes. All right, let's see. Where are we? Ask Pablo. All right, smoke gets in your eyes. Here we go. Put this up on the screen for everybody. Okay. Oh, well, I was wrong. Okay, so let's see here. Well, I was very wrong. So it wasn't hooves. It was a trash can being thrown at somebody.
Yeah, play it again.
So a guy is smoking, I believe, a vape, and he's blowing it into the face of the attendant behind the desk. I guess the guy who's gonna sell him the vape, and he slaps him in the face and runs out of it. So he takes a garbage can and flings it at him. Wow, I guess it is one of my specialties.
It is.
Oh man, so I definitely get a on that one.
Yes, you do.
All right, so what is going on in this clip here? Let me go back. All right, what is going on?
Now remember, folks, this is theater of the mind. He plays a clip, and then you close your eyes and you envision just by the auditory.
What is going on?
What is going on?
Let's see. Can you figure this one out? What is going on?
See, I was not wrong.
What is going on in this clip?
Okay, this is a hard one. But I'm going to say, well, my theater of the mind, in conjunction what I'm hearing is that a baby is like hitting something like clap, 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 right?
Mm-hmm.
And somewhere along the lines, he does something unexpected, maybe like break the thing, or maybe his pamper falls off, or something happens as this baby is hitting something.
Well, I'll give you a lifeline here. I'll make the picture a little clearer for you.
Okay. Is there a baby involved?
No, no baby is involved.
Oh, so I'm totally wrong. Now I really got a big lifeline.
You have to really think. This is, well, how do I put this? How do I put this so that
well, they're saying yay.
Well,
clack, 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 yay. Like this, something nice is happening, or an achievement of some sort, or somebody's accomplishing some feat.
okay, I got the so somebody is numb here. Somebody is numb, and they would need to be. That's your clue. Somebody is numb, and they would need to be.
Wow. Is it like a tooth extraction or something? Okay, I'm going to take a stab at this.
Okay.
Somebody's getting a tooth extracted, and they're like either pulling, or banging a tooth or something, and it finally breaks free.
All right, is that your final answer?
Yes.
All right, folks. Get your guesses in. We can see your guesses. All you have to do is type in one of the places that we're streaming. Right now, we're streaming on Instagram at paranormal.experience. We're streaming on YouTube at the Paramid Podcast Live, and we're streaming on Twitch at the Paramid Podcast. So put in your guesses now and check this out. Now, this is going to be diabolical for you because I believe you have bad knees.
Oh, no.
So for those that are just listening, what is going on in this clip?
I'll give you what my brain is discerning here. I see that there's like some kind of thing anchored to somebody's knee.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they're trying to pop that knee out or take something out. So they're banging this metal thing attached to what it seems to be somebody's knee as he bangs. And initially, I guess he finally breaks free. Now, what they're laughing is what I don't know.
So let's see if the comments reveal some more.
This is why I'm afraid of surgery. Not because I'm afraid of dying, but because
you come out of it with bruises everywhere. Like, what the hell happened? What the fuck happened while I was out? Yeah, so there's not much here, but it's just saying here anesthesia is an art. That was the comment of the video, or the title of the video.
Can you imagine when this guy wakes up, the pain? I was hoping for a knee.
For a new knee,
but I think I'll stick with being a cripple. I concur.
Alternate mechanical engineers, yes. So it looks like these are orthopedic surgeons who are
doing what they do when they have to
banging a knee in place, or guess is what they're doing here. But
or banging a knee out, because they're like banging it outward.
Yeah, they're hurting this man. If he wasn't numb. He would definitely feel this.
Yeah. So with that said, I get a.
All right.
So now comes my clip.
Okay.
Let's see what you can discern.
All right, folks. And don't forget, you can definitely make your guesses. Okay, one more time.
Another one of your specialties.
We're getting a lot of sound effects here.
Yeah, that's my phone.
Well, something's falling down. I'm guessing he's building. Somebody's building something. With. It's hard to determine what he's building with, but you know how they do like a can of pyramid cans, or it could be. One more time.
One more time, it shall be.
Yeah, I think it's somebody's building a can of a pyramid built of cans. You know, you stack up the cans up
like we were doing yesterday, some kind of Jenga.
Yeah, and it all falls down.
All right, so if you go to the Trello, look for Holy Schnikes.
Holy Schnikes. All right, here we go. All right, put it up on stage for everybody. All right. Oh, no. I was way off again. So, a guy, what does he have? Like a potato chip bag?
I don't know. He has a bag in his arm.
Yeah, some kind of like potato chip bag, or one of those like discount value, supposedly healthy cereal bags. And it looks like a rice bag.
A rice bag. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it's a bag of rice, an empty bag of rice.
And he's using it like a glove.
And he's looking at a panel where he's
above, and that's in his ceiling.
Yeah, it looks like
it looks like he's like trying to do some plumbing kind of work.
Yeah, it's like got a pipe right in front of his face.
Yeah, so
he's in a cement area, like
so
it looks like a basement of some sort.
Right, he's peeling back a panel above in the ceiling to I guess get
to see what the hell is up there.
Yeah, and then he gets a surprise.
And a snake launches itself. Wow. And he barely misses that.
He barely misses.
Wow. And of course, the panel falls on top of him, and I unfortunately get a. All right.
So moving right along.
Yeah, so I got one more for you. I got a bonus.
Okay, now we're gonna stipulate some rules on this segment.
Mm-hmm.
Now the bonus either could be Are You Going to Hell? Or Theater of the Mind.
Well, I have also Are You Going to Hell as well.
So you got to choose one of the two. And this is an effort to expedite the cast.
Yeah, so this is so I'm going to go with this as Theater of the Mind, because this is this is going back to our roots here, and how the Theater of the Mind started when I gave you a song, and I had to I asked you to describe to me the woman that's singing this song. So I'm gonna give you another song here, and I want you to determine what is off about this clip. Okay?
Okay.
All right. What is not exactly as it appears. All right. So here we go.
Play it one more time.
There's something off about how this production is being made.
Okay. Just give me one more shot at it.
All right. Use that theater of the mind.
I would say that this is a woman playing the trumpet, but only with her mouth, like.
All right. So let's put this up on stage. And you got the woman. Well, I guess you picked that one up. And here it goes.
I got it right.
Yes, you did.
All right. So,
don't you think that's pretty fascinating?
Yes, I've actually seen that done several times. A lot of trumpet players have that knack because the trumpet follows what your lips are doing. So even though you see them blowing on the trumpet, but they're actually doing the tune with their lips. So, all right, I got that one right.
Yes, you did.
Okay, so now it's my turn. And I was going to give me a second. I was going to give you Are You Going to Hell, right?
Mm-hmm.
But being that you followed this theme, I'm going to do this instead. You ready?
Yep.
What is going on in this video?
So it's a similar concept that what instrument is not real?
Listen to it very well. What's going on?
I need a clue here.
Okay, sort of like the same thing that happened with the clip that you just played. Something very similar is happening in this clip.
So there's a false instrument.
Okay, but give your theater of the mind a chance. What are you envisioning while this is playing?
I'm seeing Indian headdresses. I'm seeing traditional indigenous people playing their traditional music. That's what I'm seeing.
Okay, so then you're on the right track. You're definitely on the right track. You want to hear it one more time?
So I'm guessing the flute instrument is made out of bones.
Okay.
That's my guess.
And you're saying it's a group of people.
Yeah, I'm seeing a group. Yeah.
Like a band, right? Of indigenous peoples. There's a lot going on in this video.
Well, he could theoretically have that thing over his neck and be playing both.
Okay.
I just feel like I'm getting now.
This is a crucial point.
Okay, it's a one-man band. It's a one-man band.
Okay, so go to the clip.
All right.
Trello. And you know what to pick.
Ah. Well, there you go. One-man band. Here we go. Damn. He's got everything under the sun.
Ain't that amazing?
Wow. You know how hard it is to do that? Because one thing, because I play music, I play the guitar and I play the piano. And for my kids, because my kids are learning different songs, one of the songs that they like because of this movie, Sing 2, I believe it is Coldplay, Sky Full of Stars.
Mm-hmm.
Your sky full of stars, right? I know how to play the song on piano, full end to end, and I know the lyrics, right? So I could either sing the song to them or play the piano. But when I try to do it both at the same time, I'm off beat. I can't seem to get my mind to do both simultaneously.
It's really hard because both sides of your brain have to be firing.
Yes, and it's not only
synchronicity.
It's not only both sides of your brain. It's like because you're managing your left hand, right? You're doing things with your left hand and your right hand that are doing opposite things at the same time, and then you're adding another element on top of that, which is you're putting in a different pitch of how you're singing the song too, right? So you're adding a third instrument into the mix.
So this
or
guy,
a second instrument.
This guy is playing the guitar. He has two guitars. He has I don't know what you call this flute instrument. but it's like
it's called a pan flute.
Okay, so he has a pan flute. Behind, he's carrying like a book bag behind him.
With
is the
drum.
percussion.
Yeah.
He has cymbals. He has a bass drum. And he has like a lot of little like gadgets to make this thing sound like a full-blown orchestra.
Band. Yep.
So let it play. This is what I find fascinating when the percussion comes in. This is hard enough.
Yes. This is hard enough.
And then he adds this. Look at that. Drums and cymbals.
That's insane. You know what? You know what's disheartening about this whole thing? The people that get the millions of dollars are not these kinds of people.
I know. And it's funny that
so much talent.
I bumped into this because he right now, as we speak, right? Let me see if I can go back.
I was way off.
I get back.
So I gotta give myself
as we speak. This is really fascinating, right? He is doing this thing that we just played live on TikTok.
Let me see. I'll see if he's live right now. Because I'm on the TikToks. Just watched. So it is.
Yeah, he's live. Look. This is live. I'll put it in the Trello so you can
Huh. All right. Well, since we didn't have Are You Going to Hell, you mind if I play mine?
Well, quickly, show people how he's doing this live right now. I put it in.
You put it in? All right, let's see. All right, so
the talent that the human being is capable of doing is outrageous. Oh my God, not only does he have something attached to his legs, he also has seashells on the other. On both legs, he's doing stuff. Oh my God. This is crazy. And he's singing.
Some people get all the talent, but none of the
this
money.
This has to go on to like America Has Talent.
Yeah, but that's the thing that's so disheartening is that this guy has so much talent and it's great. But yet the ones that are just spending $1 million in a strip club are the ones that get all the money. And the people
unfortunately, yes.
People that like this who have genuine talent, like get any one of those rappers to do anything like this, and they're gonna fall flat on their face. There's no way that they have any capability of doing this. But I'm sure if you can give them the right lyrics, you probably rap alongside them. So I don't know, but it's the music industry should cater to people like this that have this kind of talent.
Absolutely.
All right. So with that being said, let's put a bow on this. Are you ready for?
Am I going to hell?
That's right. So Remember in this segment, Are You Going to Hell? It's you cannot laugh, right? So you're not supposed to laugh at what's going on here. So prepare yourself and let's see what I have prepared for you. All right. I have 2 clips. Let's see. I'm wondering which one you'll go for.
The elevator is going down.
I'm not sure what will make you laugh more, but I'm gonna go with this clip. I might have chose the wrong one. I might have chose the wrong one. Well, whatever. We're gonna play this one. All right.
All right. Let's do it.
All right. You cannot laugh.
I've seen this one before.
Oh, you've seen this one?
This is one of my Ask Pablos.
It was when you asked Pablo's? Okay.
Well, let
okay.
it play. Let it play. Yeah, you chose
No. Since you already seen it, then I got another one here for you. Since you already seen it, I know for certain that you haven't seen this one. All right. Remember, you cannot laugh. Let's restart this.
Oh, Daddy. Oh, आप क्या कर रहे हैं?
उसका बर्थडे है डैड ये आवाज किस चीज का है मेरी प्यारी गुड़िया
हैप्पी बर्थडे बेटा दादी दादाजी रॉस्को नो आप भी आ गए
मैं सेंटर से तुम्हारे कुछ खास दोस्तों को तुम्हें बर्थडे विश करने के लिए लेकर आया आ जाओ
Oh, Daddy. Oh,
What the hell?
उसका बर्थडे है डैड ये आवाज किस चीज का है मेरी प्यारी गुड़िया
हैप्पी बर्थडे बेटा दादी दादाजी रॉस्को नो आप भी आ गए
मैं सेंटर से तुम्हारे कुछ खास दोस्तों को तुम्हें बर्थडे विश करने के लिए लेकर आया आ जाओ
Okay. It didn't accomplish
It
this.
didn't accomplish. So you're not going to hell on this one.
No, I'm not.
But for those that were just listening,
I will get you next time.
The devil didn't get my soul that time. This got to be a European kind of commercial.
Yeah, some kind of.
All right, so I'm gonna describe it for our legacy listeners. What happens in that clip is this young woman, I will say middle-aged woman, I would say, is
I guess.
Daddy. Oh,
Yeah, she looks. I don't know, middle-aged, but yeah, I
in her
guess.
30s, I guess,
उसका
right?
बर्थडे है डैड
Well, she's, you know,
Well, she's living at home, so I'm guessing. Yeah, I guess maybe late 20s, early 30s.
she's in the privacy of her own home, and is, for lack of a better word, pleasuring herself when some people barge into her room.
Her father.
Her father barges into her room while she's in the process of pleasuring herself. And again, this is not a real, this is a commercial. And they surprised her for her birthday.
And
And the punchline is,
it's underneath the covers, so no one knows what she's up to, and they don't.
and the punchline is that there's a family dog who proceeds to take her covers off and right through the cake,
Happy
the
birthday
device
बेटा
that she's using goes right through the cake.
And of course, a priest is there.
अरे कुछ खास दोस्तों को तुम्हें बर्थडे विश करने के लिए लेकर आया हूँ आ जाओ
Very odd commercial.
Yes, and with that, it's time to go.
Oh, you gave on. I have to rebut.
Oh no. I just threw up one because you didn't have any, or we didn't put up one.
I got to rebut.
Oh man.
Really quick on Are You Going to Hell?
Okay.
You're gonna hit face slide.
Oh man. All right, here we go.
Object is you cannot laugh.
Face slide. All right. Hold on. And then we got to get back to the cast, folks, because face slide. There you go. Wait. Face slide.
Yes, folks, please don't forget to visit.
It's not populating. Is this it? Okay.
Here we go. Is that what you're getting for face slide?
That's what I'm getting.
All right, play it.
¿Cree que se parecería a usted? Con Karol G. Con Karol G. ¿Por qué, pequeñito? Porque lo físico no tengo, pero por dentro soy una bichota. Ay. Si le confundieran con una famosa, ¿con cuál famosa cree que se parecería a usted? Con Karol G. Con Karol G. ¿Por qué, pequeñito? Porque lo físico no tengo, pero por dentro soy una bichota. Ay. Si le confundieran con un...
I saw you chuckle.
Bless his heart.
Is this what you had in mind?
No, I don't know how that got in there,
but you're going to hell.
I'm going to hell.
And with that, it's time for our next segment. Oh man,
that this is what popped up.
I thought that was what you had planned. But...
No.
All right.
¿Con cuál famosa cree que se parecería?
Oh man, you're addicted.
Con Karol G. ¿Por qué, pequeñito?
Oh, you're going to hell for sure.
Where did this video pop out from? Lord have mercy.
Oh man. Okay, so now we're in our current. We are in our current event segment. So this is the week of Thanksgiving, and news article is going around about butterball turkeys. We definitely did not have a butterball turkey for Thanksgiving. Did you, folks? Did you have a butterball turkey for Thanksgiving?
Now, before we continue with the segment, I want to wish everybody a happy and healthy Thanksgiving. Post happy and healthy Thanksgiving. I'm always of the faction that Thanksgiving is an entire weekend. So not only do you celebrate Thanksgiving, you also celebrate the following Friday that follows it with leftovers, and Saturday's more leftovers, and Sunday more leftovers. And then by the time Monday rolls along, you don't want to see turkey ever again until the next year.
Right.
Turkey's a hard food to make good because it's so dry, but my wife did a fantastic job with our turkey, and we had ribs, we had potatoes, and we had rice. We had a myriad of good eats, and I want to thank the Lord for providing such good bounty to our family and hopefully to everybody else across the globe. Happy Thanksgiving, happy post-Thanksgiving. And now we get ready for the holiday season, Christmas, New Year's, and then we do it all over again.
That's right. So for those that weren't aware, or were you aware of the boycott of Butterball turkeys? So there's this article here, Butterball facing boycott calls after sickening video of workers allegedly sexually abusing and torturing turkeys resurface. So, of all turkeys that need to be pardoned, I believe these turkeys definitely did.
And please, folks, this is like Alex Jones says, this is a show for adults.
Yeah, I mean,
so viewer discretion is advised.
If you got young ones, I mean, some of the topics we can cover with the young ones around, but this one is, viewer discretion advised. Butterball is facing a boycott just days before Thanksgiving after sickening footage of poultry workers allegedly sexually abusing and torturing its turkeys resurfaced on social media. The uproar unfolded after People for Ethical Treatment of Animals, PETA, activists posted a decades-old clip online over the weekend that allegedly showed the company's employees abusing live turkeys at a plant in Ozark, Arkansas. The graphic footage, which soon went viral, was captured during an undercover probe in 2006 in which workers were filmed bashing their birds against steel cages and stomping on their heads, the animals' rights groups claim. So, yeah.
People that do this, my God, if there's aliens out there viewing what humans do, they must be so disappointed in our species because, my God, what are we doing? These are living creatures. Not only do they give us sustenance, they give up their lives so that we can have a good meal. And this is heinous. This is unforgivable and cruel.
Right. It's unforgivable. It's cruel. It's disgusting. I mean, it's not only the animal, which deserves respect, but it's somebody's food that you're.
This is heinous across the board. We're gonna run through this segment because I don't really want to dive. This is disgusting, and those people that did this,
it just reminds me.
Lucy has a home for you, and it's hot.
It just reminds me of this. You remember this?
Behind a hole? That's nice and good. I don't know what the hell that is, but I'll lick it anyway. Up and down. And then I like to stick that right on there. And if you got one of these, gonna pull that off and bam! That just kicks it up a little bit.
That's kind of the sick puppies that would do.
Yes. Let's continue.
Okay, so with that being said, there's a lot of news going on in the world today.
You don't have a video clip of that disgusting act, do you?
I mean, I do. You want to see it?
Actually, let's leave it up to the viewer's imagination. Workers did some disgusting things.
I mean,
at Butterball turkey.
I could play a little bit of.
I've done investigations at many poultry plants. One one guy humped a shackled turkey one day, and another time, another worker was putting his fingers in a turkey's cloaca, which is basically her vagina.
You know what?
Yeah, it's awful. I mean, what possesses you to put?
I don't even want to unpack or why a person would do this. This person's going to hell.
I mean,
so.
it's evident why because they're mentally unstable. I mean, what else? Why else would you do that? I mean, it's just that's the end result. I mean, you're obviously mentally unstable.
Yeah, this is not even. It's not funny. It's not.
No,
there's no room. I'm just disappointed in the human race.
Could you imagine? I mean, this was in 2006. I mean, I don't know how many butterball turkeys have been sold between now and then, but I mean, we could have easily bought a butterball turkey for all we know.
Yeah, and this is why, like, sometimes you don't know what you're getting at the store. I've seen videos with people at Mickey D's, using the sink to which they wash their utensils and trays as a personal hot tub.
Oh my God!
So things happen.
Yes.
This is why it's not really good practice to eat out. You don't know what happens behind the scenes.
I mean, it's not even eating out at this point. This is like you got to kill your own food at this point. I mean,
it's
So
let's move on.
With that being said,
shame on you, Butterball. Shame on you, workers. Yes, that's puts humanity one notch down. And this is only the things that we discover. Can you imagine what's happening behind the scenes in many places? At any rate, let's continue.
Yeah. So with that being said, there's news circling around about this conservative guest that was on CNN with host Abby Phillip, who made a comment and has been going viral. I'm going to play this clip here. Let me put it up on stage.
A profile of the type of person that these are allegations from Matt Gaetz, but this would be the type of person the FBI would be, or the DOJ would be investigating.
Of course. So the DOJ investigates, the Merrick Garland DOJ. They investigate
Just to be clear, this investigation began under Donald Trump.
Okay, and all during, the bottom line is the DOJ said there's nothing there.
No, they didn't. Yes, they did. They said they didn't have enough to indict. That shouldn't be the standard.
No, to charge, dear.
Okay.
No,
dear.
No,
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you for the prompting. Okay.
Hold on. I'm just going to stop it right here because we're not going to get off on a wrong foot. Please do not address a grown woman as dear in a condescending tone. Do not do that at my table. You can continue.
Now, a lot of people are in an uproar for this clip. Because a lot of people are on the side of the man that are saying he did nothing wrong. Right? He addressed her as dear, but that's nothing condescending. I mean,
in this climate that we are living in today, everything you gotta know what you say, because anything could be construed as offensive.
I mean, in some ways, I can see how, like, one of the...
That's like if I'm talking to a writer, right? And he's like, it's cold in here, man. And I return, all right, chief. And then he returns, please, can you make it warm in here, bro? All right. Dude.
Right. I'm not your bro, all right?
Yeah, I'm not your bro.
But I think I think people are in an uproar because it's yet another word that now has become sensitive. The whole dear, and now women are.
Well, we're living in some really fascinating times. Sometimes I grew up. My upbringing, it's an old school upbringing, which means you don't know that person.
Did you ever think, that would be the case. That the way you brought up was an old school.
No, I mean I was brought up. People are who are your elder.
Mm-hmm.
People that you don't know. People, you know, how do I even say this? Like mature women, or either you address them as Ms. or Mrs. or ma'am, sir. You know, you give them respect, and that in my upbringing, you know, I was brought up to say either sir or ma'am.
Right.
So sometimes when writers come into my car, I'm like, "Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, sir." Sometimes I get, "Don't call me sir, call me this." Okay, ma'am.
Oh yeah, it happened to me the other day. I was, patroning a store. I noticed one of the patronizing a store, and I noticed one of the cashiers. Oh, I felt like I've seen her before. It's they. My apologies. I didn't realize I was being politically incorrect.
Why, they called you on that?
Yeah, they called me out, and then I'm going.
What did they tell? What exactly did they tell you?
Oh, that's not a she, it's a they.
They told you this?
Yeah, flat out.
So they said it's not she, it's they.
Yes, I'm a they them, and then I'm in.
But isn't that grammatically, as far as
it's hard. It's hard to wrap my mind around it. I don't know what a
grammar doesn't play a role in this.
I left that
so you
conversation.
Have to say how you doing, they, or
this is my. I mean, again, I don't want to offend nobody, but this is how I took it, based on my old world mentality. Right? If you were to fit this into. If you were to go back in time to the 90s and 80s and try to implement this, how it would make sense to somebody in those times, to me, it's somebody who's schizophrenic, who has multiple people in their head, right? So you address them as a whole. That's how I mean, how else does it make sense, right? 'Cause you have multiple personalities, and you could be, Jane at one point, but then you're, Abby at another, and you got to address both of them, so they're them. They're that's how my mind kind of like makes sense of it. But I don't understand how you could feel like two different people.
But I'm stuck in the grammar of it all.
Well, if you're addressing, because if they're two personalities within one person, then you're addressing them. It makes sense to me grammatically, because there are two people, two entities in one sharing a body.
So when you say...
So like Freaky Friday, is like...
Okay, but what I'm getting at is, if your statement was, what actually did you tell this person?
I said, I think I've seen her before. And she was...
Okay, now you will reference to who?
To a cashier.
That was adjacent to that cashier?
Yeah.
So then you would say, in what she wanted to hear was like, I think I've seen them before.
Right.
Okay, but see, now this opens another jar of pickles. Because, and I don't mean that literally. It's just
they'll make me show the pickle man.
But what if you're wrong?
Yeah, I mean, how could you guess that? I mean,
if you're saying
they are dressed like a woman, they are clearly a woman.
So if you say, I think I've seen them before, then they're gonna be like, no, that's
her. I'm
so
damned if you do.
Yeah, it's hard.
But here's the extra. So then this week, I'm at a doctor's office on a Black Friday, to be exact, getting a yearly physical. which was despite my protest, because I just despise the medical field. At this point, it's just a gigantic waste of time. Every single time I talk to anybody in any medical field, period, I just feel like I'm talking to a brick wall. But I had a cardiac episode, so I need to start thinking more about my health, and I need to start, doing more things. So I'm at a doctor's office, and first of all, it's a physical, right? So at a physical, what do you expect to happen at a physical?
From the last time I remember, since
how long ago did you have a physical?
It's been a while.
Okay, so but what do you expect to happen at a physical?
Well, this is what from what I've experienced is a physical. You strip down to your to your skeevies, to your briefs, right? And a guy comes over, or a woman, a doctor. Let's put it. A doctor comes over, puts on a cold piece of metal on your chest, and says, "Breathe in."
Right.
And you breathe in, and then he places that same piece of metal that's attached by a hose onto his ears. He places it on your back. Then he says, "Breathe," and you're like, right? Then he places his cold hands on your testicles and says, "Cough."
Right.
And you're like,
right.
Then he proceeds to give you a myriad of tests. He touches the glands under your ears.
Right, check your lymph nodes.
Your lymph nodes.
Right, that's what I would have. That's what I was expecting.
Blood pressure. Ask you questions. Are you having a hard time breathing? Do you get chest pain?
Right.
Then he weighs you. Then he takes a device that looks like a pyramid attached to a metal thing, and then he bangs your knee to see your
reflexes and all that stuff. That did not happen. I didn't have any of that. I literally sat. This physical appointment could have easily been over the phone, because all I did was talk to the doctor.
It was a conversation.
It was a conversation.
So is this a prelude to the actual?
No, this was the physical. Because I had a prelude already to this, which was another conversation. So I come back, and I'm having yet another conversation, and they're asking me questions, nothing pertaining to my health or my heart or anything of the sort. What they're asking me is, okay, and what are your pronouns?
They said that?
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
Are you a he, him, a she, her, or they, them? And I'm like, are you serious?
No, you're kidding me.
No, I'm not. I'm not kidding you at all. So I'm like, I'm a he, him, obviously. And they go, oh, you can't guess that these days. So they put that down. And what's your highest grade you've completed? I'm like, well, how is this relevant? Well, it's all relevant. We need to fill this all out. It was
you couldn't do that on a questionnaire.
So I'm like, okay, I went to college. Okay, you went to college. Okay. And then she proceeds to tell me, oh, by the way, since you didn't complete college.
Okay, pause right there. When they asked you, what are your pronouns, right? You gave her.
I said, obviously, I'm a he, him, obviously.
Right. Do you at that juncture can say, okay, I'm a he, him, and yours, please?
I did not even bother to ask that
But
question.
Can you ask that without being offensive?
I guess you can.
Okay.
I guess you can. Then they go into my college, and then she proceeds to tell me that Massachusetts has all these free programs that I could finish my college degree. And then she's asking me about what I do for work. I explained to her what I do for work, and she's like, "Well, I put in a lot of hours in," and now it starts to is attempting to convince me to leave my job, to go for to leave, and it's not even because what we say in my career, I don't even have a job. Let's be honest, I am a self-employed contractor. I am a business consultant, and it's not a job; it's an opportunity, is what we say. And I work for a company that provides opportunities for people that don't want the traditional 9 to 5 and wants to live in a place where they're financially free, and what their effort is that they put in is what they receive, right?
And so the people that are listening to our cast or watching our cast, you're in sales.
Yes, I'm in sales.
So this doctor is telling you that
to get out of sales
because this is not conducive to your health. Is that what she's saying?
That's what she's equating to, because I have long hours, and the things that I do is just too demanding. So therefore, I should start looking elsewhere.
Okay. So now she's.
So I'm like, okay, but that I'm literally just sitting here, just like attempting to just get something from this, but I'm failing to see how this is important or pertinent to my health. Then she's asking me about the flu vaccine and why haven't I taken it? And I proceed to tell her that I don't feel like it's necessary. Oh, but it is necessary because you had an heart episode. And did you know that the flu it could cause cardiac arrest? So you could actually, exacerbate your condition by getting the flu. So then I'm saying to her, okay, that's all well and good, but then aren't I increasing the risk of a problem by injecting the flu into my body when you just said that the flu can have a cardiac problem, so I'm going to inject myself with the flu? How does that make sense? So a lot of these, it was a conversation that just went nowhere, and I left the visit.
And that was the actual physical.
That was the physical. I left there.
She didn't even give you the common courtesy of placing her hand on your testicles.
No, none of that.
Not even a cough.
Not even the cold stethoscope on the chest. Not even to listen to my heart. None of the reflection, the reflexes. None of that.
She didn't even ask for a stool sample.
Nothing. So I'm like, what was this for? But she, what she did do? She said, oh, well, you're going to need this medication. You need this. You need to get this prescription. Oh, and I'm going to prescribe you an overnight sleep study so that maybe you should get a CPAP machine because this and that. And you're going to need a dermatologist. So you're going to need to go to another doctor. You're going to schedule that visit.
She probably saw that you have like a little rash going, right?
Yeah. But she's like prescribing up the wazoo, not doing a single test. And then she's like, oh, yeah. And just, to throw in, we're going to get you some baby aspirin as well. So that way you can, you should start taking that until we actually, get some, an echocardiogram or find out what happened with your heart. So for now, just start taking it. So I talked to my mother, and she's like, and she didn't talk to you about magnesium, about diet, about this, about that. None of that was brought up.
And you don't actually know if you did have a heart episode.
No. I mean, I had some kind of issue with my heart because clearly I had some irregularity with my heart. But what actually caused it, I don't know. And essentially, over the course of this whole fiasco, I went to the doctor over 10 times and have yet to understand what the hell is going on. I just feel like I'm being sold snake oil. It just feels like I'm going there to be sold more prescriptions.
Well, that's disappointing.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've digressed into this story. And it's just, I find it to be very, very weird. This whole he, him, they, them concept. I mean, to have it even in medical when they're having a physical is just, to me, is, I don't know. I think we've beyond the pale here, but
we're getting into some really strange territory if a doctor believes that is a physical.
Yes. So then you're talking about a strange territory. Have you heard of the manosphere?
The nanosphere.
The manosphere. Manosphere.
Manosphere, I have not heard of.
Never heard of the manosphere?
No.
Well, I'm going to enlighten you about the manosphere, because apparently the manosphere is what they're crediting as to how Trump got elected. So let's take a look into this. I'm going to enlighten you a little bit on what this is. So this is your first time ever hearing about the manosphere. Is that right?
From at this point, yes, I've never heard of this. Maybe the concept I've heard of, but I don't know what you're getting at.
All right, here you go.
This year, compared to the 2020 election, President-elect Trump made gains across almost every single demographic group. But one of the most notable shifts was among young men, who moved roughly 15 points to the right. Laura Barone-Lopez examines how Mr. Trump was able to court young men online by reaching out to them in spaces well beyond mainstream media outlets.
On the night it became clear President-elect Donald Trump won the presidency again, he was joined on stage by members of his family and several high-profile supporters.
This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family.
Including the CEO of Ultimate Fighting Championship, Dana White, who paid tribute to a group of men he believed helped sway the election.
I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Let me know your honest thoughts.
I think it's incredible.
While those names may sound unfamiliar to some, they are all part of a growing online ecosystem that's been dubbed the manosphere, a term loosely defined as male-centered content published on platforms like TikTok, YouTube, and the popular live streaming site for gamers, Twitch.
The press is so crooked.
It's crooked.
During
Which we're on all those platforms, by the way. TikTok, we're actually streaming right now on Twitch and on YouTube.
his campaign, candidate Trump saw massive untapped potential to reach young male voters by appearing on podcasts like The Joe Rogan Experience.
Kamala goes on 60 Minutes, gave an answer that a child wouldn't give. It was so bad.
His 3-hour-long interview has been viewed more than 50 million times on YouTube, providing several viral moments that could then be shared in clips across all of social media.
You want to start? You go ahead.
Yeah, we're good. Are we rolling?
A strategy that Trump used repeatedly on the campaign trail.
And is that a good feeling? While
no.
On comedian Theo Vaughn's podcast, he discussed drug addiction.
With cocaine, more than anything else you can think of.
Cocaine will turn you into a damn owl, homie.
He danced with live streamer Aiden Ross.
You want a drink? I'm okay.
And joked around with online pranksters, the Nelk boys, on his private jet.
Well, Mr. President, people surely love it.
For these online content creators, the focus often isn't politics, says internet and culture writer Joshua Citarella.
These are just general men's interests, sports, comedy, things like this. Looking at pictures of attractive women. But if you dig a bit deeper into some of these communities, there are critiques about modernity, women's liberation, women joining the workforce.
Citarella has been researching and tracking how online spaces, including the so-called manosphere, can shape young people's political beliefs.
How young are young men, boys, when they start interacting with this kind of content?
By age 13, 14, 15, they are definitely familiar with it through memes and clips on videos. And following that, if you maintain relationships with these people, you see how their worldview evolves over that time. Those implicit ideas that they encountered years ago can later manifest and turn into something that is a real political commitment in which they may decide to vote a certain way. So those early ideas do turn out to be very impactful years later.
What is actually happening to abortion access right now in this country?
Well, Vice President Harris did repeatedly reach out to voters online, including sitting down with popular podcasters. She faced criticism for not speaking with Joe Rogan, the nation's most popular one.
Talking on a more personal level with somebody like Rogan would have boded well for her.
22-year-old Evan Jabot is a longtime Joe Rogan listener and a Trump voter. He says Trump's interview with Rogan allowed young men to see a different side of the president-elect.
I'd give an answer, which was a very good answer. I always talk about, I like to give long the weave. I like to.
You like to weave things in.
But when you do,
and we got to hear a lot of stories that Trump wouldn't typically say on the road. He uses a lot of rhetoric in his rallies that you really didn't get on the podcast, and I think it was a refreshing view of Trump.
Reaching young men who often listen to podcasts and get their news from social media was a deliberate effort by the Trump campaign, says GOP digital strategist Eric Wilson.
They had a theory that if you watch cable news, whatever end of the political spectrum you're on, you already had your mind made up about the candidates and who you were going to vote for. They went out to these platforms where people might not be as engaged in news and current events to tell them about the election, tell them about the candidate.
A recent study from the Pew Research Center found that about 4 in 10 voters under 30 regularly get their news from content creators.
The Republican Party and the Trump campaign put in the effort in this space. They put in the effort, and frankly, the Democrats did not.
Jeremiah Johnson is the co-founder of...
So what do you feel about this whole manosphere?
You want my real answer?
Yeah.
It's a crock of shit.
Well, would you consider us part of the manosphere?
I'm a man. I look at the world through my
They're making it seem like listening to Joe Rogan is a dangerous thing to do.
I look at the world through my man eyes.
Right.
Which my man eyes is fueled by something that I cannot control that's happening within my anatomy, which is testosterone. And I'm a man.
Right.
And I'm looking at it from a male perspective.
Right.
Right? Now, am I conscious that there are women on this planet as well? Yes. Do I degrade women? No. Do I revere women? Yes. My mother is a woman.
Right.
It is the person that I revere the most. My wife, who I love dearly, she's my soulmate. I revere her as well. And I cherish her opinions. And to certain extents, she is a lot brighter than I am. She has given me some really good advice. She's given me a lot of good economic advice that, because I am a man and I am stubborn as hell, haven't followed to my demise. So women, I respect women just as much as I respect men. But am I looking at that through male eyes? Yes, because I am a male.
Right.
I have daughters that have different points of view than I do.
But what do you think about the viewpoint of this.
I think they're grasping at straws, and I think that they're trying to find an excuse why they lost. And I can, instead of wasting,
It made it seem like if you're watching regular news, right, or if you're not watching regular news, then it's dangerous.
Look,
when we both know that regular news is probably even worse. As you heard, somebody got divorced because of regular news.
look, there were two sides to this election. Inevitably, one side was going to come out victorious.
Right.
Right? One did, which was Donald Trump.
Right.
The left cannot seem to gain any solace in the fact that the economy, when you got to buy a dozen of eggs and it costs you $7, that's a problem.
Right.
B, our country has been invaded by illegal immigrants from all over the world. Asian people of fighting age are coming in by the droves. Venezuelan people that are criminals, not all of them are, but a portion of them are coming in by by large numbers.
Mm-hmm.
So the migrant issue was another factor.
Right.
C, who thought what side had a better chance to fixing what's going on in the United States, and who is more how do I say this, is more fit for the office, who has the more experience, who has a better fit, and who can solve these problems. Now, if you're looking at strategy, that Donald Trump went on a male-centric tour to convince the males, younger males, to vote for him, I think that would have been counterproductive, as there is more women on this planet than there is men.
Right.
I think it's a crock of shit. I think the proof is in the pudding. We are suffering as a nation economically. The migrant issue,
but
and we're at the cusp of World War III.
Are they saying that being a man and having a male perspective is no longer valid anymore? Is that
from what I heard on that?
Are they trying to infer that?
Well, we've discussed this plenty of time.
Like, what's the game plan? Are they just simply?
I don't know if
trying
they
to
think being a man in this climate today is wrong.
If you're alive here on this planet, it's because a man had something to do with it. I mean, so I don't know. I
don't know where so by that perspective, I can discern that on the next presidential cycle, they're going to use his tactic.
Right.
They're going to go and trying to conquer the manosphere they call it?
The manosphere.
They're going to do the same. They're going to try to do it. And if they knew that this was what's going to get them over the threshold, they would have done it as well. So they're trying to say, oh, this is why he won, right? But if you look beneath that statement, they're saying, damn it, I should have done the same thing.
But they make it seem like women don't listen to Joe Rogan. They make it seem like women don't watch UFC. I mean, women participate in the UFC.
I'll give you a personal note on that. 4 years ago, about 4.5 years ago, I've been a radio nut all my life. It's about 4.5 years ago to 5 years ago. I knew podcasts existed. I knew they were there. I never really paid attention to them. And it was a female who told me, do you know who Joe Rogan is? And I'm like, no, not really. They're like, what? You don't know who Joe Rogan is? I was like, no. They proceeded to tell me, oh, this is this great podcast called The Joe Rogan Experience. You always talking about controversial things, UFOs, conspiracies, and it seems to be who you are. You're always questioning stuff. Well, Joe Rogan is a guy who interviews people in these realms.
Right.
You'll really enjoy this guy. I used to listen to Art Bell, listen to Coast to Coast. I'm always listening to Clyde Lewis and George Knapp. So I was like, Joe Rogan. I listened to his cast. I was like, this is kind of cool. It is as of late that I really dug into his cast and find out that, this guy has some interesting guests.
Oh, yeah.
But not because he's a man.
It's just the topics that he's covering is interesting.
Yeah. If it was a woman doing the same thing, what's her name? Linda Moulton Howe? If she had a podcast, I'll be right there.
Right.
Because I love what she gets into.
Right.
It's not about a man or a woman. It's about the topic.
Right. And Joe Rogan has met plenty of women on his podcast. It's just a weird thing.
We're in a climate today that being a man and having masculine tendencies is kind of like a sin nowadays. You cannot express your I don't
understand why that is.
Look, I have a granddaughter, right, who I love implicitly. I love my daughters. And I see my granddaughter, how feminine she is. She likes, she likes looking pretty. Like if you compliment her on wearing something nice, she really gets off on it. Like, thanks, Grandpa. And sometimes, I blow my hair out with a blow dryer, and she sees me with my hair nice and straight. She says, Papa, you have nice hair. Like, she's so feminine. I love that. There's nothing wrong with that. And then I have a grandson who is the spitting image of Bam Bam from the Flintstones. This kid is robust. He's strong as an ox. Love playing with his Tonka toys.
He's not even 2 years old, but he can lift 10 pounds over his head.
Yesterday, he had a remote control in his hand, and I deceived him into, giving me access to his hand, and I grabbed that control. The kid gave me a.
Oh yeah.
He pound for pound, like, whoa.
Yeah.
I had to really struggle with this remote to get it off the kid is strong. And at this point, he's all male. And I like that about him, that he's rough and he's playing with his Tonka toys, and it's our job as parents and grandparents to guide him through, You know,
And that's the amazing thing. Like, I have a daughter, right? And we have girl toys and boy toys. So he has the option to choose to play with the Barbie, to play with the girl toys. He wants nothing to do with it. He wants nothing to do with it. He himself chooses his cars, and he'll even he'll pick up his new thing now is we have candlestick holders. Pull the candlestick holder out of its base and start pointing it around and going, "Pop, pop, 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 pop," that's his
and
new
believe
thing.
it or not, that'll get us in trouble in school. At the way the climate is today.
The way the climate is today, but back in the days,
But he also
they had Red Ryder. You shoot your eye out, kid. I mean,
he also we had like a cake cover that you put over the cake is like a dome. We never told him that we want him to be an astronaut, but he puts it over his head and pretends to be a spaceman. You understand? So
yes, I mean it's
why
are they trying to snuff out masculinity?
Yeah, why are they
know.
trying to emasculate this world that we live in? We are males. We do what males do, and women are women. They do what women do. We find common ground. This is what attracts one gender to the other. I'm a guy that if you're walking around looking like a man, I'm sorry, I'm just not attracted to that.
Right.
I'm attracted to femininity.
Right.
I'm attracted to to our female counterparts. If you're looking like a man, that doesn't do it. To some people, it does.
Right.
That's the way you look at it. But there's nothing wrong with me being attracted by the opposite gender because she's all feminine. And why are you trying to snuff out masculinity? Now, there is a thing where there's toxic masculinity, which, these are the guys, the machismo that...
Oh, the Planet Fitness lunk alarm?
Well, the ones
Have you seen that? You know what that is?
No, but there are men out there that's like, this is a man's world. A woman's position is to be cooking and cleaning and this.
Well, that's the Andrew Tates. Yeah.
I'm not for that. I'm all for equal rights. If you want to be a president, you want to be a supervisor. Some people, there are men out there, like Officer Tatum, which I listen to. He believes that woman has her place. And that's not running a company. That's not running a country. I don't believe that, because I believe there are smart human beings that can tackle a certain job. And if there's a woman that can be more presidential than a man, then guess what? I will vote for that woman. At this election period, I didn't feel that way. I didn't feel that Kamala Harris was up for the task or was fit for the task.
Right.
Are you going to crucify me for it? That's on you. But it's not because I have something against women and women rights and all that. And the woman, what do you call that? The woman movement, the
feminist movement?
The feminist movement. And now I do have a problem with some of them, because some of them, they're like, I'm a woman, you don't have to, look at me as an equal or whatever. So if that's the way you want it, we get to a place and you're in my car, you open your own door.
Right.
We're going into a restaurant and you're ahead of me, you open your own door.
Right.
And when you get to a table, since this is what you want, you pull your own chair. I come from a different school. Like I'm a gentleman.
Right.
I open your door. I pull out your chair. But as of the climate today, they don't want that.
I don't understand.
But then if you don't do that, oh, you're not a gentleman. But
Right.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. You want your cake and you want to eat it too.
Yes.
So there I have my compunctions with the whole feminist movement. But by and far, we're all equal human beings. And if I had a company, if I was Elon Musk and I needed somebody to run a branch of all my businesses, and there's a woman better fit for the task than a man, guess what? The woman is going to get it.
Right.
There's no glass ceiling there. As a matter of fact, I'll be quite honest with you. Not only can she be a man, can she be a woman better than the man, but if you more adept at that position, if you're gay, transgender, or whatever the hell you are, and you can run my company better than a man,
then so be it. Run it.
You're going to be in that position.
Right.
I have no qualms over that.
It's whoever has the best ability to do the job. At
Yes.
hand.
Yes.
Well, going back to what
but
you're...
I'm not giving you
a pass because you're a woman.
Right. That what is it? DEI or whatever?
Yeah, DEI, yeah.
No.
Like when I was in high school, there was this woman or a girl, a teenager, who was under 5 foot, trying out for the football team, and was frail and thin and a woman, a very female looking, feminine woman, trying out for the football team. She made the team because the coaches didn't have the heart or were afraid of what was going to happen if they cut her. But in reality, she didn't have any
skills.
She had no business being on the football field because that's a recipe for disaster. She could easily have hurt herself.
See, that I have a problem with.
I mean, I've seen grown men get paralyzed on the field by doing something stupid, let alone this petite, short woman.
At 177, when I was wrestling, I faced the captain of Bryant High School, and this guy had like 3.5 years wrestling when it was my first year. Aside from that, the guy was strong as an ox. He fucking took me and gave me a body slam. Broke 3 ribs.
Wow.
Imagine if it was that frail woman there that was put in the team, not because she had the skills to be a wrestler,
right,
but only because she was a woman and we were afraid.
You're doing her a disservice.
That man can do to a woman like that.
Right. You're doing her a disservice.
I don't understand this whole emasculation of society. I don't understand why it's a sin to be a man.
Well,
I understand that there are male chauvinist pigs out there. I understand there's a lot of machoism that happens.
Right.
But you can't ball us up in one,
right,
in one category.
Well,
there is the natural course of our species.
Right.
Is that there is a man and that there is a woman.
Well, this is to end this whole segment so that we can get into our final segment, because we do have a hard out because it is getting late and you do need to do other things. To wrap this up, this is Planet Fitness and their lunk alarm. You've never seen this before?
No.
All right, check this out. This is what they're doing at a gym, Planet Fitness.
Nice muscle shirt, bro.
The skin is in, bro. Guys with buys and tries, bro.
Hulk out with your bulk out, bros.
And that's why I don't like gyms.
Matt, we're not a gym. We're Planet Fitness.
No gym intimidation, no lunks, tons of equipment. Just $10 a month. We're not a gym. We're Planet Fitness.
And that's why I don't like gyms. Well, Megan, we're not a gym. We're Planet Fitness.
No gym intimidation, no lunks, clean and spacious. Just $10 a month. We're not a gym.
So I've been to a Planet Fitness, and they actually have an alarm, what is called a lunk alarm. They actually have it. And if you got biceps, if you're looking fit, then the alarm sounds off, and you better put yourself like an oversized sweater to hide it. And you better not be like grunting, lifting up the weight, and you better not drop that weight. Like, you better not just and drop it down.
Wow.
But this is one of the most popular gyms in America right now.
I thought it was the price point.
You would think, but they go in there for...
Look, when I was bodybuilding back in the day...
You know what they have? Pizza Tuesday in this gym.
When I was growing up and I got smitten by the bodybuilding bug, and that's all I thought about. Gyms back then, man, I'm not working out today because of gyms of like Planet Fitness. A gym back in the day, I remember I was member of Diamond's Gym, right? And what this gym was...
Oh, incoming?
No, that's just my notification. What the gym was at that time was one large space with benches and racks and racks and racks of weight, right? And dumbbells and barbells. People grunting and pushing iron and pulling iron, and it was a grunt fest. It was dingy. It was dirty. It was what a real gym was. Women went there because of that. We didn't look at you as a woman or as a man. We looked at your work ethic. You're there not to... When we ever saw like conversations of one guy and you know, just talking bullshit, that was our lunk alarm. Like, dude, are you here to work out or are you checking out women? We're here to work out. So if you want to, you know, make this into like into a dating forum, go to a bar.
Right.
Go outside. We're working here. And I made my bones. I used to go there and I would work my ass off. And guess what? Many a times I worked out with a woman that, by all set and purposes, was working harder than I am. She was maybe not lifting as much as I am, but when she got on that bike, when she got on that treadmill, she was a force to be reckoned with. And I saw her work ethic, and I was like, man, I want to work out like this woman. And I gravitated, not because she was attractive, not because she was a woman, but because she had that drive that I was looking for. And we would work out together. Nothing about being attracted to one another, nothing about men and women. It was just two individuals busting it out in a gym. There was no towels, no antibacterials, and no, you were there to work in this dingy, dirty, German-fested place. You chose to be there, and what we do there is work out, and that's it. I never looked at it as any other way. But now it's like we're going through a part of our existence that if being a man is wrong, come on. Come on. I just don't agree.
So with that being said, let's move on to our final topic of the evening, our UFO.
We're picking up heat reflection off the trees. Looking directly overhead, one can see an opening in the trees plus some... Here, straight ahead, in between, there it is again. Straight ahead, in between, there it is again. Oh, that black, there's some type of strange flashing red light ahead. It's yellow. I saw you engine it. Weird. It appears that he may be moving a little bit this way. Reflection off the trees. Looking directly overhead, one can see an opening in the trees plus some... We're picking up reflection off the branches under that knee. Looks like someone came off about 15 to 20 feet up.
So, in this segment, we're going to be diving into the UFO topic. And to dive into the UFO topic, I'm going to play a few clips here. And I'm going to talk into one of the things that we follow in this podcast is identifying and, following some of the hidden societies that exist. And one of those hidden societies happens to be the Merovingians. Now,
Royal bloodline.
The royal bloodline. That's what I was going to say. Anesto, could you enlighten our audience about the Merovingians?
Well, from what I know is the Merovingian bloodline stems back to the time of Jesus. And there's a belief that upon the day of crucifixion of our Lord and Savior, that somehow Jesus survived the crucifixion and sailed across into France and procreated with, I believe, Mary Magdalene. They, from that union, came forth the Merovingian bloodline that people of royalty say that they can trace their lineage all the way back to the bloodline of Jesus.
So ChatGPT has an explanation here.
Let's see how close I was.
Let's see. Sorry.
A historical dynasty. It seems like you might be referring to the Merovingians, a historical dynasty, or possibly another term. Here's an explanation for both possibilities. 1. The Merovingian dynasty, historical context. The Merovingians were a Frankish dynasty that ruled parts of what is now France, Germany, and surrounding regions from the 5th to the 8th century. They are notable for being one of the earliest dynasties to emerge after the fall of the Roman Empire in Western Europe. Some key points include: founding figure. The dynasty was founded by Merovech, a semi-legendary Frankish leader. Prominent kings. Their most famous ruler was Clovis Thirst, who united the Frankish tribes and converted to Christianity around 500 AD. Decline. The dynasty's power declined over time, with later kings often referred to as do-nothing kings, Rois fainéants. Real power shifted to the mayors of the palace, particularly the Carolingians, who eventually supplanted them. Counter to the Merovingian mystique, myth, and fiction, the Merovingians have also gained a mystical and fictionalized reputation, often tied to legends and conspiracy theories, such as Holy Bloodline. Some theories, popularized by books like The Da Vinci Code, claim that the Merovingians were descendants of Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene. Occult connections. The dynasty is sometimes linked with mysticism, secret societies, or hidden knowledge in fictional works.
So that's ChatGPT's explanation of the Merovingians. Now, there's a more in-depth about the Merovingians, but before I get into that, there's something else I have to bring up, which is a topic that is being snuffed out of mainstream news and popular media because of it's horrific. Nobody really wants to hear this, but to this day, people are still being trafficked. Human trafficking is a thing. Now,
absolutely,
we're in our UFO segment, so the reason I bring it up is because we have a guy here, Mr. Michael Herrera, who encountered a UFO, and he has something to say about it. So let me put this up here, and then I'll explain the purpose of the point of this whole rabbit hole that I am uncovering here. So this is Michael Herrera on human trafficking and UFOs.
He's aware of what was going on. After I gave my presentation of this, he confirmed, he says, no, he's like, I don't want to leave Michael hanging out there, but I was not expecting to come and talk to you about this. And he went explaining what the operations do, why they do it, and what they were using them for. And he says, there's not drugs that they're putting in these shipping containers. He says it's humans.
Human trafficking.
Yes. His own words. And, of course, and he also wants to come forward, at least with him and 30 other people that are involved with that part of the work. But it was very disheartening to actually get that information relayed to me, because here I'm thinking for years it's drugs and it's a much sinister thing. But it makes sense because they use natural disasters that people are going to be missing anyway.
Yeah.
Scoop up people.
I mean, I've been covering human trafficking this year.
Right.
And that's, a lot of the human trafficking comes from third world countries in distress. You're in a third world area.
Yep.
In distress right after an earthquake would be, it's prime.
Yeah.
Prime time to do a human trafficking operation.
Right.
How big were the containers?
I would say probably 8 feet and 10 feet, 8 feet tall, 10 feet within.
So like maybe half a Connex box?
Yeah, about that.
Okay.
And they were kind of like on the trailer that was underneath was kind of like a regular Humvee trailer that you would see kind of pull stuff, something like that.
How were they being lifted into the craft?
So they were driving onto this platform that was angled so it would hit, and it just raised up, and they were just driving on this ramp.
Oh, the truck would go up?
Yeah, but the whole thing was a ramp.
Okay.
Like a circular ramp. And, obviously I can't see what's on the other side of it, but I'm assuming because it's a circular pattern that it's going to be the same on the other side. Because they would drive onto this platform, and at that point I saw all the doors open, 4 guys would come out, and then I'd go back to what we're facing here with these guys searching our stuff, asking us questions, taking our IDs, trying to intimidate the crap out of us. And so I can see the guys come out of the truck. And that was making me think too, like at a tactical advantage, we didn't have that. There's only 6 of us, basically trained infantry Marines. And there's these guys here that are, doing this operation and very skilled, very methodical, very calculated, very precise. And if there's 8 of them, and then all of a sudden every single truck has 4 of these guys, I know that it's not just these guys that are running the perimeter. They could have been 40 or 30 or 40 people.
Yeah.
Could have been a platoon-size element. And the fact that we have no concealment, we barely have any concealment, because if we were to run and bank off the sides here to go to our flanks.
So he's mentioning the fact that he's watching people drive containers into a UFO type craft. And I'll go back here and he'll explain this craft here.
Pictures of our military IDs, so they had like these devices that kind of look like a very thin, it looked like a smartphone modern day right now, because in 2009 it wasn't the case. I think the most high-tech thing they had at that time were maybe Blackberries, but they're bulky at that point with the ball, and then they had their flip phone razors and things like that. But these look like something you'd see today. And they were taking pictures of military IDs, and they had some other device that was like remind me of a BAT system. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Describe it.
It's like a biometrics tracking system. So what it does is when you come across with an insurgent, you can take pictures of their face, their retinas, fingerprints, something like that. But they were trying to scan their IDs with this thing, and it wasn't working. So they're kind of getting frustrated with it. So as this is going on,
did they collect biometrics from you?
No.
Okay.
No. Which I mean, they took pictures of us.
He encountered the secret military. Let me go back just a little bit more here, so you can hear this, because this is laying down the
You could see
framework.
underneath of it.
And underneath of it had this platform that was on the ground that was separate from this craft hovering. And it was going back to the event. We decided to get in a tactical column and approach this, right? And we got down the slope, and it's just like a clearing and just has this big opening. It's almost a little bit more than the football field because this craft took up majority of that.
So let's just back up for a minute. Let's describe the setting, because at first you said there were helos doing racetracks around. Is this the same opening that you described earlier that you were watching helos drop supplies?
No.
Okay.
So where this was happening was southwest, at least where the helo insertion points were with the LZs that they were setting up, and they were flying very low in consideration, right? So, and the reason why I know this is because I asked the pilots after this, because I was in the officers' mess and I knew their call signs, and I approached them and I asked them very respectfully if they noticed anything strange. None of them said anything.
Okay.
So I was trying to see if they could get a view of a topside, because this is just something that's crazy, right?
Yeah.
So also their call signs all stuck out too, you know, because pilots like to do crazy stuff with their call signs, so it was very easy to track them down. But having this happen on the north part of the slope and it goes down, and obviously, you know, the way it was transitioning colors, which was kind of the way.
So in an effort to save time, this Michael Herrera sees a UFO, and he describes it. If you want to see this interview, this is on.
I just want to get to right where he describes the craft. Let me just skip along here.
It appealed because
we're running out of time.
There's transition in between, right?
Well, let's rewind a little bit, Buddy, with all the other helicopters.
We're going down.
I think it was.
So concealing plus vegetation close. We trucked down quite a bit.
Oh, about a click away.
Possibly, yeah.
At the
The
farthest.
craft itself might have been a click out.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's like I said, the reason why I know how big this thing was because.
Did you see it as you crested the hill?
Yes, I did, and that's where I took videos and pictures of this thing. That's how I was able to see it, because, you know, taking pictures of the chaos going behind and everything, you see in the rubble, burning buildings, flooding, and all that kind of stuff, and then you turn around, and I'm like.
So you crest this hill.
Yep.
You look down into the valley.
Yep.
And there's a clearing.
There's a clearing
with a UAP.
Yes.
Just sitting there.
Sitting there,
hovering.
rotating clockwise. Yep. And that's in transition this color spectrum I was telling you too. And that's why it's kind of.
So this UAP he finds is hovering. He said is massive, big enough that a truck is driving up a ramp, carrying humans that are going to be trafficked into this UAP, right? So then I pieced this together with a recent interview with Patrick Bet-David, with this woman.
After
I forget
that,
her name,
was taken to Germany.
Hold on.
After
her name eludes me. Hold on. Her name is important. Let me get her name here, because you know, she went through this, and for people that are just listening, we want to make sure that they can search her up here. Bear with me 1 second here.
Just be cognizant that we're at the 3:30 point.
Okay,
we got to move on.
Well, you got to give the people what they want. This is the UFO segment. We digress. We got to give more time to the UFO segment, unfortunately. But all right. So in any case, this woman's name, let me just pull it up really quickly, is her name
They were good too.
is hold on. Annika Lucas. That's her name, Annika Lucas. Okay. So Annika Lucas was encountering, she was being trafficked as a victim of sex trafficking, as she was 6 years old till she was 12 years old. She was brought in by her mother, who was a psychopath, in her words, was looking to be to gain entry into this secret society of elite individuals. And she named a particular name, David Rockefeller, as one of these people, these rich billionaires that were using her to commit sexual crimes and all kinds of disgusting things and rituals. She goes into satanic rituals and all kinds of things that you can find in a Stanley Kubrick movie. Very hard to listen to in terms of what she went through, but I'm going to put this up
After
here.
that, was taken to Germany, and I was there for another month in a facility in Heidelberg for what was my mind control training. And this is 1972, and I was 9 years old.
Mind control training at 9 years old.
Yeah.
Why did they take you there?
When I met this billionaire, so in 1972, you had the Bilderberg meeting that happened in Belgium.
She mentions the Bilderberg group, which is a group that Mr. Alex Jones has been iron focused on because
they're part of the deep state.
They're part of the deep state. They're part of a lot of things. And she's saying that she's being trafficked by some of the members of the Bilderberg group.
So for that event, Paul van den Boeinans made sure that he probably did many things around there, but basically to please this powerful American that was there for the Bilderberg meeting, he staged a ritual, had me in his homes and everything to get me used to the life of the elite so that I would know how to eat, so that I would recognize good clothes, so that I would be comfortable in these environments. After that was taken.
So this is this woman's experience. I strongly recommend you watch the episode of Patrick Bet-David going into Annika Lucas's story. Now, bringing it to the Merovingians. So David Icke, another person that we have here on our pantheon of people that we follow, he made this connection that the Merovingians have a connection to the reptilian race. So according to here we'll put this up here so people can see. David Icke, a British conspiracy theorist, is how they brand them as, who first published on this theme in 1999, The Biggest Secret: Tall, blood-drinking, shape-shifting reptilian humanoids from Alpha Draconis star system, now hiding in underground bases, are the force behind the worldwide conspiracy against humanity. He contends that most of the world's ancient and modern leaders are related to these reptilians, including the Merovingian dynasty, the Rothschilds, the Bush family, and the British royal family. Icke's conspiracy theories now have supporters up to 47 countries, and he has given lectures to crowds of up to 6,000 people. So there's this theory that he's getting into that basically the Merovingians, some of these elite billionaires, have a secret society in which they can trace their lineage back to reptilian race. Now, the reptilians have a bloodthirst, or what is called a bloodlust, and apparently they need the blood of young children to do rituals and things of that nature. Now, a lot of times they bring into the idea that it's sex trafficking, but it could be far, far, far worse than sex. And if you go into the Bohemian Grove, one of the things that they do is they burn what they call is a mock effigy, which is supposedly a mannequin of sorts that is in the form of a young adult or child that they put in supposedly sacrifice to Moloch, right? Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up and the reason why I think this is interesting for those that are listeners, and I would love to hear your opinion on this, but reptilians, also known as archons or reptoids, saurons, draconians, or lizard people, are supposed reptilian humanoids which play a prominent role in science fiction, ufology, and conspiracy theories. The idea of reptilians were popularized by David Icke, a conspiracy theorist who claims shape-shifting reptilian aliens control Earth by taking on human form and gaining political power to manipulate human societies. Icke has stated on multiple occasions that many world leaders are possessed by so-called reptilians. Some conspiracy theorists espousing extraterrestrial hypotheses claim that either come from the Draco constellation or the Orion constellation or are allies with the nefarious extraterrestrials from the Orion constellation. So, I mean, I don't have much time to get into the full theory, and I guess we'll unpack more of this as I go further into this deep dive. But do you happen to know how many missing children are right now? How many missing children there are? I mean, you were telling me in a podcast a couple of podcasts ago that there's a whole field of missing people in a place not too far from here.
In front of a synagogue.
In front of a synagogue not too far from here. So how many missing children specifically do you think are out there right now?
Off the top of my head, it's got to be at least 300,000 to 400,000 kids missing minimum.
Okay, so I'm typing it into AI. Let's see what they respond. So it says here the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, reports that an estimated 460,000 children are reported missing in the United States each year. However, it's important to note that not all these cases are considered abducted or endangered. Many cases involve with children who run away or are simply lost, is according to Gemini, Google's AI. But the NCMEC also reports that in 2023, they received over 5 million calls about missing children and recovered only about 426,000 of them. So out of 5 million, they were only able to recover 426,000 of them. So there's a lot of missing people. You have movies like, what's it called? The Sound of Freedom that are being, snuffed out of mainstream. There's a lot of hiding and tucking away this thing. And then Patrick Bet David has another interview with this woman who is the leader or spearheading this group called Trafficking Hub. Have you heard of this?
Mm-mm.
Well, Trafficking Hub is specifically their main goal is to shut down Pornhub. Pornhub is like YouTube for porn, where people just upload whatever. And they're saying that Pornhub has been profiting off of child sex traffic and all these other things.
I would believe so.
Even though now, believe it or not, Guess what their parent company of the Pornhub is called?
I have no idea.
The Free Speech Coalition. I mean, that sounds like a great name. It sounds like something you could get behind. Free Speech Coalition. Huh, that sounds like a great group.
Yeah, but from what I've known about this, I've seen several podcasts on this. Usually you'll see like for people that are into watching porn, you'll see the act of pornography being performed, but you never see the faces of both participants, and that's like a red flag to let you know that this is something that's done illegally and most likely underage participants.
Well, my whole thing, what I'm getting at it, is that there is a UFO component to this. There's an alien component to this. And we already know that they've come out in the government in hearings saying that UFOs are real. And I'm wondering, and there is a strong connection based on Michael Herrera's testimony that he witnessed human trafficking happening in a disaster, because they're saying that in places of like a natural disaster, like what happened in Hawaii, what happened in recently,
any
the
natural
hurricanes that
disaster
just
or-
happened, you know,
or even terrorist acts
where people go missing and things like that. UFOs show up, they scoop up a bunch of children, and they blink out of existence. And you know, I'm following this down, and there's a strong link to this whole Merovingian thing. And my thinking is that people are looking at David Icke as somebody that is a nut, you know, somebody that's way off of the deep end in the conspiracy world.
He can be a little nutty.
But I think that there might be, just like there's in two sides of the story, there's always like you'll find some of a grain of the truth. I think that there's something that maybe David Icke uncovered where he may not know the full story, but elaborated on what he knows, and it probably goes into the whole, you know, reptilian bit. But I think there is a secret society that is operating, and it's clear by when you find out things that's going on with Diddy, when you find out these people that have been survivors of these things. There is a sex trafficking demand, and of our kids, of people in general. And I think we should highlight more of this. I want to give applause to anybody that actually puts this out there and is shining the light. But I feel, and I'm going to mark, this is what, November 30th, 2024. I feel that there is going to be a revelation coming soon from the government that sex trafficking and the UAP program are going to have some connection. And another thing to just anchor the theory in is going into the Nazis and Hitler's fascination. Right?
Don't say that word. The guy with the mustache.
The guy with the mustache. Not my mustache. The guy with the funny little mustache.
The evil man from Germany.
The evil man from Germany. His fascination with the occult. There's technology that he was coming with, what he was working on, sounds very eerily familiar to what we know about UFOs today. And I think that the reason he committed all these atrocities against the Jewish people were to satisfy the bloodlust of these Merovingian, reptilian world leaders. And I think it's going to be revealed soon, hopefully under Trump's reign. But I have a feeling that there's going to be more to this well. And if you like stories like this, folks, if you want to hear more about the reptilians, please reach out to us. Let us know, because we want to make sure that we're bringing stories to you that you're looking forward to hearing from. What do you think of this rabbit hole?
It's an interesting rabbit hole.
Do you think there's any credence to it?
It goes to kind of against of what Stephen Greer believes. He doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't believe that.
However, just like you said, there's multiple hands vying for power.
Absolutely, but what I think is that, in my opinion, we might be using extraterrestrial technology for our own depravity and proclivities. Are there reptilians that might have a bloodlust? That's possible. But I believe that a lot of this activity and stuff that we're seeing in our skies, and a lot of disappearance of young people and humans in total, has to deal with a human component and our own demented proclivities using extraterrestrial technology to attain these abductions. Now, am I a believer that there might be an alien species that might have a bloodlust and might want to consume us and might want to experiment on us? That's always possible, but we'll never know the answer unless the government unlocks these files. And it seems that we're close to disclosure, because we've had many whistleblowers that are saying we do have extraterrestrial biologics. We have their technology, and that's going to be that disclosure is coming. In my heart of hearts, I believe we might see this in our lifetime, disclosure. What that might entail has a lot of variables, in the sense that it could be a lot of lies mixed in with truths. We don't know what to expect. So the fact that the alien component has something to do with secret societies, that's possible. I mean, if you watch the 80s show called V for Visitors, these were reptilian. And from that came a child, which they called the Star Child, which was like a hybrid reptilian human. So, and of course, I always adhere to the fact that Alex Jones says that the deep state and these societies all hold one law to be like, how do I say this? It's like they have a belief that they do not find a loophole for, which is they must tell you what they're going to do before they do it.
Right.
And maybe they use evil Hollywood to do this, such as shows like in V, Alien Nation, shows like Independence Day, and movies like Independence Day, and other sci-fi movies,
Men in Black,
and they are giving us nuggets to somehow get us prepared for the true revelation. And I'm of the fact that the revelation that's in the Bible it does have an alien component, which they're going to reveal. You know, something so spectacular it's even biblical in a sense. But with that said, your theory, we have to pin it, write it down
Of course.
somewhere, and it's provocative. I give you that.
I mean, there's a lot of people in different parts of the world saying different things that are all linking to the same core elite group. And this elite group is the same people that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking to, same people that P. Diddy was trafficking to, same people that all these other Hugh Hefner. So
yeah, because you got to realize there's a lot of weird rituals and weird how do I say this, cults out there.
The thing
that
is,
like to perform this thing called sex magic.
Right.
So that's also a component.
Well, I get the from a lot of people, they have said that once you have billions of dollars in your bank account and you can buy basically anything you want the things that you can't have.
Yeah, because everything else is attainable.
And what is it that you can't have? A young girl, somebody else's daughter, things like that.
It's not only a sexual thing, but it's also have to deal with, farming up body parts.
Oh, and this woman specifically stated that Miss Lucas, she was saying that they are specifically satanic, and they are doing specific rituals, blood rituals, to Satan. And the thing is that they amassed that wealth because they have sold their souls to the devil.
That's possible as well.
So, I mean, I don't know. Take it how you wish, folks. But I hope this was a good story for you. We finally are going into what I was saying before, off of the cast, which is diving into some of the things that we already know about the aliens that a lot of people may not know, like the reptilians. So this is my way of rehashing some of these things with the new evidence and the new stories that we have today.
Also, as of late, there has been a lot of sightings, UFO sightings being reported across the globe. Believe it or not, New York City is being one of them. Yep. Lots of UAPs being reported in New York City. I definitely saw one here in Western Massachusetts. I suggest keep your eyes to the sky. There's a lot of activity, satellites.
And remember, these things may not appear right off the bat. You may have to adjust your eyes to see them. Just like you need to be in a really dark area to see the nebula. There's ways you can see the nebula with your naked eye.
But also, you have to have an open consciousness, because I think consciousness is a big component in seeing these things. Once you open up your consciousness to the UFO phenomena, for some reason or another, you can spot them a little bit easier, as opposed to if you don't open up your consciousness towards that. So that's always something to think about. But with that said,
it's time for our final segment.
It's time for our final segment, which is our ultimate ohm for your first-time viewers. We always end our show on a positive note and a prayer. and an Om to purge ourselves of negative thoughts and vibrations and frequency, and evoke positive frequency, positive vibrations and positive thoughts. And with that said, let's go into
Turn
it.
off the light. Take a deep breath and
I'd like to finish with
relax.
ohms. This is not a cult or a religion. It's just ohms, okay? We're going to relax our breath. This is meditation pose, lotus pose, whatever you want to call it. Don't be afraid of your own voice. You're in your house, make some sound, no one cares. You're basically massaging the central nervous system, which, trust me, needs massaging.
Folks, I want to thank you for tuning into the Paramid podcast. I wish everybody had and continues to have a great Thanksgiving. Remember, we got to give thanks not only on one day, but always to the Almighty for providing bounty for us to consume, to live, and love our families and get together. Don't let politics ruin that. You know, family's family. Don't let nothing come in between family. And for damn sure, don't let politics be one of those components. So with that said, let's bow our heads in prayer. Holy Father, fill me with your divine light and overflowing positivity. Grant me the strength to radiate love and joy in all that I do. Guide me to attract positive energy and repel negativity. May your presence uplift my spirit and bring hope to those around me. Amen.
Amen.
Take a deep breath. Exhale, letting go of all toxic energy, toxic frequency, toxic thoughts, and evoke positivity, positive frequency, positive energy, and positive thoughts. Guys, thank you for tuning in. Episode 110 under our belt.
That's right.
Please don't forget to visit our Paramid store for Paramid supplements located at paramid.store. Also, remember you can go to YouTube at Paramid Podcast Live and view all of our podcast episodes on there. We're available on Instagram, Facebook, now from what Pablo tells me, Twitch, the X platform, and for fun, if you guys want to have, you know, a good time looking at some strange videos, visit our TikTok page at The Paramid. Again, that's _Paramid, and you'll see all my UFO videos and strange videos and clips of this show. Have a wonderful week. Remember, Thanksgiving is just not one day. It's always, we got to give thanks for the bounty that we receive, and feed our families. Also give love to them. Let's live in love and light. And with that said, the paranormal is all around us.
All you have to do is look closely.
I'm Anesto Morado.
And if the universe is infinite, then so are the possibilities. Have a good night, folks. And I'm Pablo Morado.
There you go. Always remember, the paranormal is all around us. You just got to look closely.
All right, folks. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
There's a reason for this. There's a reason education sucks. And it's the same reason that it will never, ever, ever be fixed. It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They spend billions of dollars every year lobbying to get what they want. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them.
John Kerry.
That's against their interest. That's right. They don't want people who are smart enough to sit around the kitchen table and figure out how badly they're getting fucked by a system that threw them overboard 30 fucking years ago. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back, so they can give it to their criminal friends on Wall Street. And you know something? They'll get it. They'll get it all from you sooner or later, because they own this fucking place. It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
That's right.